for us. And I know sometimes it's really hard because National Addictions Week, we have issues. Maybe we're still using or but we're here to have a good time. And there's going to be people that are going to be sharing their stories. I remember in 2009, I was in Ottawa and National Addiction Week back then was 40 years old. And it was right across Canada. I met lots of different people that strive. So our theme this time is striving for hope for our communities and for people to understand that there is help out there. You're never alone. Even the people that are frontline workers, the Creator is always watching you. You are never alone. So we'll start off with the prayer with the elder. Hey, hey.
Nigane sa aya tatamskat no aku makan tik minaya mikan ngai tuane na nas ko makutaw foremost. I like to thank the creator for this morning. I like to thank the creator for everything that he's provided for us here on earth. Minaya mina the sun that pakyo mutaka wasi na makwa kanots ka kisaka kyo komine na nas ko mak ape sagewit that matsun this morning. I'm gonna thank that. Uista matsun utaya. Aya, ikia atuske unigimi ite sanaya pisiman. That sun that rose this morning. I guess the creator gave him a job too, and that to bring light amongst Mother Earth here, amongst people, animals. So we always try and remember that. We always try and remember that in the mornings when you get up, when you that, and then and also that son there, he has a big job too, and he makes it kakyomote wasakam sise throughout the day, right to when he goes down. Epe san epe wase na makwak and gives us all the blessings until he goes down nite. And whatever we had, if we had problems, if we were not feeling good, kikoy bikoy tamuna worries that we had, it was san nite he takes it down over there with him. Ekse kwane te kwa wasakami te kwane te kwa pe takute te kwa na morning pe wase ete ek te kwa blessings e pe tat. Aksumane tat mustaka wiyak ekse kumina manane ka kisumutawa. We also pray to the sun. And same thing with the moon. When we go to bed at night, ikanuim kwakanana wasakam till morning time. We sta na tuske unmi neu ko hayate sa na pi tips ka pisim ka tips ka ko mekte ka no apoke. Eksumane te kauya. And today I was just this morning when I got up, I was just thinking, I'm gonna go and speak here today, and also I'm gonna sing. And I thought to myself, I remember back in a day when Brother William Stone, we used to go to all over the place. We drove all over, and I drove for him, and then I also with the prayers. And then I used to be upset because he kind of threw me out there to these people I didn't know, and I had to say a few words, and he had me talk to these people I've never met. I didn't know who they were. And then I would be like, oh, geez, now he's going to do that again. What do I say? I don't even know these people. And then I told him that too. I said, why do you do that to me, brother? I don't even know them. And he goes, you know what? He said, you have a gift. You have a gift. He said, just speak from your heart. You can't go wrong. Ikisitan, my brother. And I really miss my brother. There's everywhere I go and things like even pictures, I always come across as really hard for us right now with the losses that we've had. We had really good teachers here, knowledge keepers, and now we mourn for them, but then same time this morning I thank them. I give thanks to them because they left so much knowledge. They left so much teachings for us here to use. They didn't just leave us with nothing. They left us with a lot of things. Mom, I wanted to share that this morning, and I never know what I'm gonna talk about. I never know what I'm gonna say. Kakyo nagseman tu uchichi ke stamawak. Egay mi nakawanto namuan. Egay mi nakawanstuta kawian. That my words are not misinterpreted and anybody to misunderstand me. I give that to the Creator today with all the blessings and within this community. Egwa minaya Lorraine in anasco magomaga my sitige magitone samaga emiteti ako muta pasimona. There's a lot of people in this community, both communities. Then we should support one another. Tano mutaga gisa kaskinek, these chairs should be filled because this is for a good cause. We see it, we don't only talk about it on Facebook. We should be here to voice what our concerns, why we don't sleep at night, why we're scared every day, why we pray. We should have these people here. Those are my thoughts this morning. We gotta try and get along. We gotta love one another. Maybe this is a lesson for us from the Creator why He's taken our people. We get together here at funerals, which it shouldn't be. We should get together here all the time. We're mourning. We're losing people. We're losing loved ones. And we're all a family, no matter which way you look. We need to start a family tree. We need to start that. Usam ki one sinna, no, we're lost. Magaksipta makangetuan, magagisun. Hanu tawinad semantu. Semantu kusan. Hanu sumutakap mi speech kik se paak nuta. Ute epe mamo paya nutawinan semantu. Epe mamo unkawyak kumutan nutawinan. Kape mam skuta mak nutawinan semantu. Kikwaine te mawai wite mik. Kawanai kutsik ntuskaim na nakntasim sina naknutak semantu. Kikwaine te wai wite mi kamamui kwak nutawinan semantu. Kapnga kustati na kapnan pa. Kapnga gustati na kapmwanska nuta. Hegutumuta nutawinan semantu kakwe. Kakwe mamo payaku takamamo na kuk nuaku makanda na kuskaya kuta nutaw inan ksemantu. Apwete kwe piek piks ko nutaw inan. Apwete kwe niso piks ko nutaw tsinutaw inan ksemantu. Kakip wichi kwa kutes ni kanim tsik nutaw inan ksemantu. Ksemantu kusam. Timagnaw na nutak ksemantu magikwenan tanan. Magkikwenan tuts nakatamagaw na neko pukumuta wikas. Piks ko na nutaw inan kseman tuki tegesik tutak. Iteges kaki sumuttatak nutaw inan kseman tu. Kseman tu kusang. Magesa timagnaw la rey nutaw inan kseman tu muta. Kakwe pasukuna kumuta tansige tuwe maka kumuta stepeo kam katiapu. Apu stepeo mam tunis kanuta kseman tu. Tunesa makanutaw inan kseman tu kau itu kamawat kia mumuta kapesa kaskine tsikutan wakung makan nanak kapentuta kek. Kapewi tu kamoa, chik no tau inan kapek ti magnoa, chik no tau inan ksemantu kusam. Mustahigi go muten en tawe tamak no tau inan ksemantu e kutsi tatua gisakak, tatua tipskaka kweka gisimut tata. Tone samaga, kagiwichi hachik minutan ni kanim nanak, ukumakan yeswe kanak no tau inan. Minam stahi kasitos kako ako kumutan utaw inan ksemantu kusan. Makakanuay tamaw nan, tasim sinanak nusim nanak, minakakyong kitim nanak minumuta, kayute naman umuta, kawi tasitskik nutaw inan ksemantu, kanstu tamuta kikway kiam kakya kikway kamyasin, minugutam stikwaski kakapes wachik nutaw inan ksemantu. Ego ni mina nu tau inan stokwaski kaneki atoske onegi mi at nu takse mantu kapna nata we mata isinu ata itapa pagamahu cek tanu tau inan kse mantu egi mu iche tahate sa utante hinanu takse mantu mamtu ne chikan nanu tau inan kse mantu ekte sanegi atoske on mi negi wiat kami kawichi kwa nuta. Ekse samaga nutaw inan kse mantuk timag na maunan. Ni te way witi maik nutaw inan kse mantu te ka wansi kanan tu skayim nan. Taw inan kse mantu. Atitang kina nutak kse mantu timag na akok ana street ip nan patsik nutaw. Atit minang kinutaw ina na tawe kam kugik tip map chicken tutamatsik sunyawa. Atitan kim chimnakik mas naikan en tutamatsiki ko kami suke wata kamaway witmi kapntasi kakik nutak semantu kusan. Awiyakan huta simsa. Hawiyakan hukawiya. Awiyakan huwakumagana. Awiyakan hukawisa nutak semantu. Peagwan minana pewak nutawinan semantu kusan. Timagnaunan. Aho.
I would like to welcome the council that are here, the leadership, if they want to come and say a few words. The chief is here. If you want to come and say a few words of encouragement and support. And I'm so honored to have our little princess here from Mosquito to come and dance for us. For me, that's healing. I invited the drum here today because the drum touch our heart, touch our spirit. And I'd like to welcome Michelle Daniels and this young man, Danny. He's going to share his dancing and uh, so we'll just go as the process go. We're going to have lunch. We're going to show a video after the dancers honor us with their dancing and find something good. Find that spirit within. Enjoy yourselves. And I'd like to acknowledge Nathan and all his helpers. Nanas Kumpna. So whoever wants to come first.
Good morning, everybody. Nice to see you all here. I wish there was more, but there's nothing we can do about that. I'd just like to say, hopefully everything works out this week for the Drug Awareness Week. And I'd like to say thank you to Judy for her prayers. Very powerful prayers are. As for myself, I'm just starting to learn to pray in Kriya as well. My mom always says it's best to pray in your language because that validates to the creator who you are. And I'd like to thank the other leadership who are here and Lorraine and Jolene for preparing this week of Drug Awareness Week. Hi, thank you.
Naskum tinawaw gakyo. Bawashte, Mita Debbie. I would like to bring greetings on behalf of the nation here. And, uh, and of course, I want to acknowledge Judy for the prayer. Long time ago, our elders, they they didn't make shortcuts in their prayers. And so, it's really important. And all last week, the leadership, we were in governance training, but we were also learning some Nakota language. And, one of the things that I've met and I've heard from many of our fluent speakers, whatever language, Cree, Lakota, Nakota, Dakota, they're like, learn the prayer, learn the prayer. And I think, when you think of the prayer and you think of hard times and you think you're having struggles or you're having good time, but you acknowledge, that prayer. And I just wanted to share that, I often hear from our knowledge keepers here in our own nation that we hardly have any. But I disagree with that. Yes, we have 70, the ones that are 75 years and older, we only have 10 of them. I agree. We have, that's not too many. But when you look at the age of 55 to 74, we have 155. So we're wealthy with knowledge. And I want to encourage our older generation not to minimize that, not to minimize yourself, because knowledge is power. And some are learning the language, some are learning ceremony. We're all learning each and every day, each and every one of us. And I spend a lot of time, when I am at home alone, and I like that people say, you know they worry about it, and I'm like, no, that's my time, that's my energy connecting with whoever and whatever I need to connect with. That's my time, and I really appreciate that. And but I was thinking about addiction, and every single family across Turtle Island is facing and dealing with someone that is struggling. And what do we do? And what do you see? And you know what I see? And I'm guilty of it too. A lot of shaming. And we our old people have been shamed for generations. So it's this cycle, and we need to break it. We need to break it. Whether it's through singing, dancing, or integrating and talking, whether it's working, we need to talk about it. And I really truly believe at some point when we feel safe enough, we will talk about it. And that's where all our communities across Turtle Island, that's where our struggle is having that safety point, because there's reasons why they're doing it. There's reasons why someone is choosing that lifestyle. There's pain, there's trauma. And we're not born like that, you know? We're not born like that. It's really unfortunate, though, in this day and age, we do have babies that are being born and already being labeled addicts. So, I guess my point is not to give up, not to give up, and to continue to encourage, to continue to acknowledge. If you see something good, tell them. Don't be afraid to tell someone they're doing good. That's one of our biggest weaknesses and our barriers as Indigenous people. We're so scared to compliment someone. So I challenge you all week, every day, to compliment somebody every day, somebody different. And then next week, and the week after, and the week after. So with that, there's so much work that is done with Addictions Week, and there's so many people involved. So all those people that are involved, right from planning to getting approval, to the finance, to our community members, that come to participate. I encourage you all to come. And on Wednesday, sometimes Wednesday, there's a adult baby contest. So I encourage you guys all to come and dress up. And there's going to be temper tantrum contest and funniest laugh and craziest cry. So it should be fun. Should be lots of laughs. Already I have people saying they're going to be coming in moss bags, so we won't be able to see their diaper. But with that, I'm going to call on Rusty to come up, and I don't see any other council that are here, but the ones that are here that made time, I'm really grateful that you're here and you're visible. And to our visitors, our neighboring nation, IOPS, that are here, and our drum group, that are here from our neighboring community. And, we know grief is really painful. And we have a lot of our drum groups right now that, within our own nation that are grieving. And we respect that, and we're giving them their space. So with that, I'll call up Rusty, and we'll get on with the show.
Good morning. Hamba waste. I don't know. I forgot the rest. It's like to give thanks to Lorraine here and Jolene and my auntie for giving the opening prayers, and what the chief said about the babies being addicts already. That's not right. They shouldn't deserve that. And I just want to thank the Power Dancers, Midnight Express, and CTV News. And that's all I gotta say. And hope we all have a safe travel. And I won at in Edmonton at the casino. I didn't win at Regina. I didn't win at the Dunes. I didn't win last night, but I'm gonna try my best today at PA. Hi, hi.
So I guess we'll start with an honored song if you guys want to stand and just think about your loved ones that are struggling out there. That let's give them hope. Apoy ko mo te tsagwasya. Maybe we're a small group here, but it takes one person to believe in another. What soon? Ewa mama kanipawista ma. Timaitun. So I'd like to uh, ask the drum group to start with an honored song, and then we'll have the jingle dress dancers and uh, the grass dancer. Or and there's Stu and Bannock, and there's going to be speakers starting at 1 o'clock, and that's it for today. And I'd like to honor the elder that lifted up the pipe this morning. Because we always say protocol, protocol. Ewasiwioma. And some of us, we never had the fortune to look at our parents. Maybe they were too busy drinking alcohol or doing other stuff. But it's really important to find who you are, find your culture, find your language. And anas ko mo yanos, speaks ko on my language. That was a language that was given when I was born, and I still speak it today. Even though I was put in jail when I was 4 years old till 14 years old, I was tortured. I was hit to let go of my language. But that's how powerful our people are. Sewatsu negim pitsahakik timagay magagwa wichitotan sakin chisentotan timagay ay hay.
You just gonna dance or going?
Ambawashte, Bishoza, Magebchad Michelle, Madida Hachad, Paha Anakusa. So it's one of our targets for
staff and as well as leadership to begin to learn our language. What I just said is, good morning, everyone. My name is Michelle, and I am from the Eagle Hills, which is basically our land here, and as well as a neighboring community. So what we'll be doing this morning is I invited the few dancers here. The rest of you, I'll ask you to come up as well. We're going to open up with an intertribal. And then from there, we'll go through each category and the dances as well. And just to say a little bit in regards to National Addictions Awareness Week, there's all the communities that have troubles with addictions, but it's not only addictions as well, it's also gambling addictions, et cetera, et cetera. So we're all doing our best to teach our young ones to walk a good road of life. And I would like to say too that it's really crucial that us as the older people, the role models of our young ones, they really watch what we do. They really imitate what we do and what we show them. They think that that's right. They think that they should be living their life that way. So lead and live a good positive life to the best of your ability. That's my message for you today. There's a few of us that have been dancing for quite some time, and we wish to show that to our children and also to the younger generations, because for me, dancing is healing. Dancing is powerful. There are different meanings in regards to the different dances there are. So young ones, if you have that urge, if you have that want to get out on the dance floor, tap your cookum on the shoulder, tap your mom on the shoulder, tap your dad. They'll do the best for you, because for me, dancing, it shows who I am. It gives me identity. It takes away all my worries and stresses. So I encourage you, young ones, if you love what you see, then definitely take an interest in dancing or even drumming. My boys too, they're just getting into drumming, but I encourage you, young ones, young boys, if you want, definitely pick up the drumstick and learn about the singing, learn about the songs. I encourage you that way. So with that, we'll go ahead with the intertribal. Two starts. The rest of you dancers, you can come out. We'll have a 2-start intertribal, and then we'll go from there. So the first dance that we would like to show is the fancy shawl dance. Our dancers today, we have our we have our junior Mosquito Grizzly Bear's head lead man, junior princess with us, and her name is Emerald. As I introduce them, encourage them by giving them a round of applause. They're here to dance for you. Emerald, you can come out here and stand. And then also we have my one and only daughter. Her name is Sadie Daniels, and she's been dancing since she could walk. She will also be dancing with Emerald to show you the fancy shawl dance. Anything else in regards to the fancy shawl? Okay. There are a couple interpretations where the fancy shawl dance had actually originated. Back in the day, it's called Wild Bill. Wild Bill Show. Wild Bill Show, they only had the men's fancy dance. But then the women said, well, we can dance exactly like them. We can dance that fast and we will show you. And the other interpretation is they imitate the butterfly. The butterfly floats and it's very lovely. So with that, fancy shawl. Good job. All right, the next dance that we will showcase is the jingle dress dance. And this morning we do have our Mosquito Grizzly Bears Head Lean Man First Nation Tiny Top Princess. Isn't she beautiful? Zoe Bajona. And also myself, I've been dancing for a long time. I'd say around 30 years, the same dance. And I would just like to say there are two different interpretations of the dance. The first one is the original, where they don't hold a fan, they don't have no feathers on their head, and their footwork is very limited. They don't do as much footwork. Myself and Zoe as well, we are the contemporary dancers. You can definitely tell we hold the fans, and I have the plume on my head. And as a dancer, it's definitely it's a healing dance. You're dancing for the people. So for you, your mental health, your mental wellness, your physical body, you want to ensure that it is clean of anything within your body, because you are praying for the people when you dance. So that's something I hold definitely dear to my heart. And I don't see a date in the future where I plan on stopping to dance, because we dance for the people, we dance for ourselves, and also for our families. So with that, the jingle dress dance is a healing dance. So with that, we'll go ahead with the dance.
That was Jingle Dress, and I feel like the lead singer for Queen here. I'm gonna mess around with this. Hi, my name's Dale. Dale Rainey, not Danny. I come from Big River First Nations, and that was a jingle dress. It originated from Ontario. It was based for healing, and there's a lot of ways of explaining it, as Michelle did. But the next will be grass. My son Lane, he's been dancing since he was born. When he was freshly out of the womb, he started dancing. No, I was just kidding. But he started dancing when he was just a little baby. So, Lane, and he wants crow hop. So two starts. And the grass dance is based on the sweet grass. And if you were to look in the open fields, you would see grass swing back and forth. That's where the grass dance came from. Round of applause. Thank you, Lane. And for the next dance will be me. I'm gonna stand here for about half hour and brag about myself. No, I was just kidding. The outfit I'm wearing is it represents the symbols on here were given to me. I'd like to have a meaning to my dance and to have a meaning through my regalia. And the symbol you see on here, it represents the bloodline of father and mother. And the colors that I picked, my Cree name is Wapunotio. And and the meaning of that is a morning child or all night traveler. That's why you see the stripes. It represents the sunlight, the yellow and the black. And I started dancing maybe when I was about 12. So that was about 60 years ago. And the colors that I chose when I was younger were yellow and black. And I used to be blue, sky blue. It was a full beaded outfit. And this outfit I made with my life partner sitting in a corner over there hiding. She told me not to speak too long. So I want a crow hop, two starts. I like to dance the crow hop, and the traditional dance is based on warriors. I am, as my old lady said, I'm not a warrior. I'm a berry picker. So I didn't even kill a moose yet throughout my lifetime because I love animals. No, I was just kidding. But yeah,
All right, awesome. We are going to continue with our showcasing of the dancing styles. I'm going to call the fancy shawl dancers out once again. We're going to give them a change-up song. Sadie and Emerald, you can come on out. You'll be dancing another song here. And then we'll go through the dances. Next will be the jingle, and then the grass and the traditional. So, what a wonderful way to start off our National Awareness Addictions Week. How many of you, show of hands, are really feeling the healing from the drum and the singing and the dancing? Many of you? Show of hands. All right. So with that, round of applause. We'll try again later. Round of applause for Sadie and for Emerald, showcasing the fancy shawl. Good job, ladies. We'll now move on to the switch up song for us jingle dress dancers. Do you want to come dance with me? Come dance.
Round of applause for Michelle and the little girl. Uh, straight song. Two starts for him. My son will be dancing a straight song. And the head roads he's wearing, I had since I was 12. So I passed it on to him. And the feathers. Round of applause for Lane. Thank you, my son. Uh, for the last category, myself. Sneak up, one shake and then straight. Yeah. The sneak up is just based on storytelling. As I said earlier, I'm a berry picker, so I don't know any stories about hunting. No, I'm just kidding. Give these guys a few minutes. These guys are well-known champion singers. I might just keep talking until you guys find a song. Okay. I'm a drug-free and alcohol-free traditional dancer, a family man, as you would know. See here. Uh, I hail from Big River First Nations. I was going for a trip in North Battleford, and I had a flat in Sweetgrass, so I've been stuck there for 11 years. And I have two beautiful boys. They both dance. One is 4. He couldn't make it because he has pre-K in town. And my son Lane. They're both dancers. I have 5 other boys that are in their 20s. Uh, a lot of people that I meet always say, you look too young to have that many kids. 20-year-olds. But I barely touched alcohol growing up uh, at legal age. I was raised by my grandmother, my mother, my father, my late father, and they taught me about life skills. And I can stand here forever, but I'm just trying to delay so they can find a song. Good. All right. Let's sneak up.
I'd like to say thank you to all of the dancers, Sadie, Emerald, Zoe, Lane, Dale, for coming out this morning time to showcase your style of dance. As well, I want to acknowledge our singers that have come to sing for us. So we have Junior Baptiste, we have Shy, and this one is Colton. And we have Colton. So thank you very much, guys. Round of applause for our singers. So with that, I hope you all enjoyed your time, and young ones, I hope you have some inspiration to pick up the drumstick or pick up one of these styles of dancing. So with that, all together, the word of the day for us is ish niche. Ish niche means thank you. So on 3, ready? Say it with me. 1, 2, 3. Ish niche. Hi, hi. Thank you very much.
Let's give a round of applause to our dancers and the drummers. Let the healing begin. And maybe we'll hear a few words from the director, Carrie Watney, can come and say a few words about the video. And we're going to have lunch here. Just come on and introduce yourself. This is our new health director. So her name is Carrie Watney.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Thank you, Lorraine, and thank you everyone for that wonderful dancing exhibition, and to our singers and to our elders this morning. We're going to have lunch here at what time, Lorraine? 12? Okay, so lunch should be here in a little bit. So we have some soup and manic for everyone. But in the meantime, we're probably going to take a little bit of a break because we're going to do a setup for a film. And the film showcases a community from Blackfoot territory in Stoney Nakoda territory where the community dealt with the crisis of fentanyl for many of their community members. And so it tells their story, and it tells how they responded to that crisis, both from a healthcare perspective, but also reclamation of their culture and their language. So I hope that everyone can stay if you do have the opportunity and the time to stay with us and have some soup and bannock and watch that film with us. Then after that, I think we're going to have Willis, who's joining us as well, who's going to share his story this afternoon. And is Judy also? And then Judy is going to be joining us to speak with us too. So full day full of activities. If you guys are able to stay, we'd love to have you. And if you guys have any questions, feel free to come up to any of us. So we're going to take about a 15 minute break here.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Awesome. Thank you so much for taking on the expression.
I asked Judy to say a blessing for our food before we eat. And then I think they're setting up to watch the video. So I'd like to thank everybody that was here today and, just taking a moment of your time to partake. And then after that, Judy's going to share a few stories about protocols, what she heard when she was a small girl.
Sorry.
at your mommy's face. Yeah, holding him, just so he feels something all around. If you leave him lying on the bed, you know how grandmas wrap him really tight. That helps him to feel secure, I think. And he still wants to curl his little feet up like he's inside you. See? You hear your mama's voice? You hear it? How many people have we lost to this crisis? I would say we've lost hundreds. These people are children, these are brothers and sisters, and these are aunts and uncles, and even grandparents and parents. So we've lost a good part of a generation of people, because most of the people we've lost are in their 20s and 30s. And so many children now are growing up without parents, and some are completely orphaned and now are being raised in foster care systems, which are very much like residential school in some places. So we've lost a lot of power in our community because of what those people could have contributed to the health of our community. Instead, they've contributed to grief and left a big hole in our community.
This is home, Ghana, otherwise known as Kainai, or the Blood Reserve. It's one of 4 nations within the Blackfoot Confederacy. Nestled in the foothills of the Rocky Mountains, in what is now known as the province of Alberta, Ghana spans over 1,400 square kilometers and is the largest reserve in Canada. This land has nourished and sustained us as a people, as Nitsitapi, since time immemorial. Beginning in 2014, fentanyl, a synthetic opioid 50 to 100 times more powerful than morphine, flooded the illicit drug trade on the reserve. There isn't a single member of our tribe who has not lost a loved one to this crisis. This new reality has forced our community to approach addiction in radically different ways. As one of the few medical doctors working on the reserve, my mother, Dr. Esther Tailfeathers, has been a frontline witness to the crisis. I've listened many times as she shared her grief, sorrow, and frustrations. She, like so many others from our community, is motivated to fight for solutions. There are 3 main communities on the reserve: Standoff, Moses Lake, and Laverne. 30 kilometers of highway stretches between each of these communities.
Okay, so you wanted stats. That's when we first started taking the stats for the overdoses, June 2014, all the way up to November 2016. This is the one that's really, really bothersome to me. And this is the prenatal substance abuse. That means that the mothers are taking these drugs and their babies are being born in withdrawal from these drugs.
Is it permanent, or can the effects be reversed?
It's a new phenomenon. We're not really sure of what the brain, what happens to the infant's brain. We do know that their risk for addiction later in life is really high because they were already born addicted. The worst thing is that they have to go through what they call neonatal abstinence syndrome. So once they're born, then they start them on morphine tapering, so the kid doesn't go through withdrawal and die from the withdrawals.
What happens to the children?
As soon as they're born like this, Children's Services takes over. And the best case scenario is that the mother be still in the environment and be able to bond with the child. And that's so important for our children to be able to stay with their families, hey? Okay, next one, Maya. This is the Insight, that's the safe injection site and detox.
During my research for this film, I spent time learning from harm reduction advocates on Vancouver's downtown east side. I wanted to share what I had learned with my community, so my mother and I arranged for a group of healthcare workers from Kainai to visit the downtown east side. We visited numerous services offered by the Portland Hotel Society, such as Insight, the world's first governmentally sanctioned supervised injection site.
What the basis, I think, of harm reduction is essentially, by no means is it celebrating addiction, but what it does is it celebrates the lives of people without judgment.
Clients at the Crosstown Clinic shared their life-changing experiences through the prescription heroin program.
I'm not looking over my shoulder. I don't have to be out there being cold or whatever. I can just concentrate on me getting better.
The Brewers Co-op with the PHS Managed Alcohol Program shared some of their stories.
Starting from nothing, now I've got a 1-bedroom on the 10th floor in the Portland. I'm pretty stoked about it. Pour it in, then we add it, top it up to 23 liters, and then we'll put in our yeast on top of that.
Let's go down.
Just smell. I know.
And then the other way to get alcohol is to do the illicit exchange. So if you have a bottle of rubbing alcohol or Listerine, instead of consuming it, if you bring it in, then we will trade it for you.
Those are the things that cause the GI bleeds.
Yeah.
Yep, that's what causes people's guts to start bleeding. So you guys are saving a lot of people a lot of pain.
Yeah, it's great to see how well it really works.
When it comes to treatment for substance use disorders, there are two main schools of thought in the addictions field: abstinence or harm reduction. Abstinence is defined as the complete cessation of drug or alcohol use, meaning abstaining from using or engaging in any addictive substances or behaviors. Alcoholics Anonymous, founded in 1935, developed a 12-step program. 12-step programs such as AA, NA, and the Red Road to Wellbriety require abstinence and have become the most widely accepted model for treating addiction. Many detoxes and residential treatment centers are also abstinence-based. Harm reduction recognizes that abstinence does not work for everyone, or that abstinence is not a realistic expectation for many drug and alcohol users. Harm reduction is a widely used umbrella term that includes policies, strategies, and procedures that aim to reduce the harmful effects of substance use. These strategies can include distributing clean needles to prevent the spread of disease, providing naloxone or Narcan to reverse an overdose, providing a medically regulated supply of drugs or alcohol, supervised consumption services, and medically assisted detox or recovery, including opioid agonist therapy, such as Suboxone or methadone.
Our community has had to be forced into, action and learning along the way. So it's trial by error. So we've done the Narcan, we've gone into the Suboxone, and our group here is looking at expanding what we have to do to help our community heal.
Yeah, I'm so lucky here at the Portland because all of my programming is embedded inside harm reduction or housing. So this is one of our housing facilities. We house 80 people here who have come from street homelessness, usually, most of whom have severe mental illness and addiction. And then inside this building, there's a doctor and a nurse assigned to take care of those people.
Our community has really been struggling with this whole word enabling. But we have a Blackfoot word that's called Gimmat Bitsin, which means giving kindness to each other. And I have so many mothers and grandmothers and and relatives of users that come and they're like, what do we do? You know, like we've tried tough love. And a lot of times they feel really bad because they're using that Gimatbibitsin or that motherliness where you just can't let your child go and you just can't cut those ties and let them fall. And so our community struggles with that. But I've just got this epiphany that we don't struggle with it anymore. We embrace it and say, this is our harm reduction Gimatbibitsin.
Finally, we met with Spikes on Bikes, a mobile, peer-led overdose response initiative.
So we have 4 components. One is we pick up used and dirty rigs, and sometimes the wrappers and the used cookers and the little water containers, things like that. This kit is the overdose Noxalon kit, and we work off of a phone that we carry with us, and we hand out these cards and the phone numbers on it. Yeah, okay.
All right, you guys have to go. All right.
We need more breaths like that, okay? So you stay there. You had a big overdose.
Yeah. Okay. It's just like my heart is pounding. Like, you know, it's to us, it's not normal yet to us, but that's what I'm scared of when we go back home. What if that's going to be our normal? That's what really scared us.
Yeah. Well, we certainly have a new normal, but we also can be really looking at prevention, but also, you know, sharing this work with everybody so that we can make it better.
He's just staring. I think it was May. I got the 2 older ones, Trisha and Giselle. Trisha's in school right now. And I got the baby in June. So yeah, like next month will be a year since I've had all 3 of them. Their dad is my brother. My sister-in-law got really sick. She passed away in January. You know, with me being clean for a couple months already and, you know, having all this space in my house, I decided to take them because they had nowhere to go and I had a lot of room and, you know, I just felt so empty and it felt so much better once they came and stayed with us. So yeah, we slowly started getting furniture. But that TV, when I first got off taking drugs, some family members, you know, would come and check up on me and try and keep me busy, you know, just because I was really feeling down and stuff, like, because I felt so guilty because of what I put my daughter and my nephew through. So they'd come because I would, you know, tell them how I feel so depressed. I feel so bad. It just kind of makes me want to start using again. I don't know why I was thinking that. So they would come and check up on me, and one of them actually brought me to bingo, those community bingos. And I got lucky and I won that TV.
And I told her that I'm scared to lose her, that she was the only one that's there for me. Well, yeah, practically she is. And ever since she got off, it's like our relationship disconnected again. We just started talking more, and like we're happy again. And I want to get out of here. Yeah, I don't like it down here. Get out of where? Standoff. How come? I don't know. I don't know. I just don't like it because there's all those drugs around here. And I've been wanting to go to Chinook High School, that new high school in Glassbridge on the west side. Yeah, I guess that's a good school. I want to go there now. Since last year, yeah. Already called in to see if I can get into school, but they said all the grade 11s are taken up, so I already lost my chance there. So I'm gonna keep trying.
The next step was opiate replacement therapy. And we faced a lot of opposition because a lot of people were saying, aren't you substituting one drug for another? But we recognized that we really had to help people get off of fentanyl, which is unmeasured doses. And basically Russian roulette, people knew that they could die, but they still used it. With opiate replacement therapy and initially Suboxone, we started patients on that and started to see some remarkable recovery.
So 1.5. Omega-1. Okay, get you to sign in. Great. Thank you. With Suboxone, they don't receive the same euphoria. They're able to function. They're able to be out in the workplace on a daily basis. So that's how it works. It replaces the opiates that they've been taking, and they're able to function normally out in society.
See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
I hid beat on Suboxone on my parent, like I hid it from them again. And I had to come out and tell them, well, I've been clean. I'm on Suboxone. This is what I'm going. That's why I've been going with medical every other day, been picking me up, because that's what they thought I was using again.
They don't understand like that it does help. Like my cousin, she's really against it. She's really against it. She thinks it's just another drug that you're going to be addicted to for the rest of your life. But it's helping. But it does help. That's the thing. She doesn't understand that, trying to get off these oxyatives by yourself, it's hard. Yeah. Like how many times did we try on our own? It's hard. I think it's impossible. I don't know. I could be wrong. Depending on how bad you were into it. Like we were really bad into it. We couldn't get off on our own.
The difficulty was in convincing people that harm reduction is the route that we have to take, because many of our people in the community are abstinence-based thinkers because of our experience with alcoholism and people needing to be abstinent from alcohol. Our people were very much against all of that, and it's still tough to convince people who think that it's easy to quit an addiction cold turkey when it's not.
Alcohol is not legally available for purchase on the reserve, meaning some people with an addiction to alcohol and without the financial means to purchase it off the reserve resort to the illicit drinking of hand sanitizer, mouthwash, or hairspray. Some people also inhale solvent fumes. When one has a severe dependence on alcohol, it can actually be life-threatening to completely quit drinking without medical assistance.
Sometimes our friends come and visit us. Sometimes it gets cold in here.
We'll just take our blanket.
Yeah.
Tomorrow, our clothes.
Good stuff. Almost finished this.
Where did you learn to bead?
Oh, in jail. My friend is talking. Remember that time you got charged for trespass?
Here, I was gonna come for my interview. I just went to jail. I was coming for my interview because I was gonna be getting a job here. Then I came down. I was looking at that guy, started following me. Put your hands behind your back. And I was like, why? I said, I just came for my interview. And they said, no, it's trespass. And I was okay. And I was like, so I'm just waiting for an interview. Handcuffed me, brought me. But they gave me a break. They didn't charge me. That cop, she was nice. She didn't want to charge me.
Across the highway from Moses Lake is the town of Cardston. The majority of residents in Cardston belong to the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, otherwise known as the Mormon Church. When polygamy was made illegal in the United States, Mormons fled to Canada and settled in Blackfoot territory. The Mormon religion prohibits the consumption of alcohol, so it's not legally available for purchase in Cardston.
And we can see them from morning coming from the reserve, sober, and by 3 or 4 o'clock, sometime laying down on the street and absolutely passed out and in a state of health that is very sad for us to see as a community. But the way it affects us is that to be able to get those type of substance, you need some sorts of revenue. The problem is when you have people who need to raise funds, the panhandling becomes a true issue for people who try to be on Main Street shopping in their shops, because those panhandlers are becoming aggressive. In other words, they're really in your space, and I don't take no for an answer. It is a very complex problem that stems from possibly the sequels of residential schools, intergenerational disconnect, lack of proper parenting, lack of proper education, lack of job training, lack of hope, and honestly, lack of basic training with things as simple as banking, learning to deal with your finances and your personal hygiene.
When I woke up last night, it was raining. I know where I was going to go. I thought I would go sleep in one of the banks downtown. But then I found out it was open. So I just came.
I said, who wants to go out with me? And then she said, George, he really likes you. And I was like, first time I told her, no, I don't want to. And then after that, she said, no, because he really likes you. And then I went back. And I didn't want to make him feel cheap. So I just said, yeah. Yeah, we start dating. It's been about 5 years now. In July will be 6 years. But he's a good person to me. He's not like mean or anything. My daughter just turned 7 yesterday. And my son is going to be 14 in July. He's 13. So he'll be 14 on July 25th. Mm-hmm. I never used to really be like this, like to drink. But it's too hard. Like, I start getting lonely and then I just want to drink. So I start drinking. And the other stuff that solves, that's a thing. That's a real hard addiction.
I was the same age as Leah's younger brother, Cameron. I knew him as a gifted long-distance runner. Despite numerous barriers, he was always at the front of the pack. Cameron was killed by a drunk driver in his last year of high school.
Ever since like that time, I don't know, I still feel like lonely for my brother. Like all the people left me.
Mostly I was in jail all my life. 35 years in and out. It's good used to it.
How come you kept going to jail?
To support my addiction problem. And that robbery charges. That's why sometimes I can't work. I won't hire him because of those robbery charges.
There's a big difference between people's lives in Cardston, like the white people's lives there, and what's here in Moses Lake and on the reserve. How do you guys feel about that? Because you're in Cardston almost every day, hey?
Yeah, I don't like going to stores anymore. Because sometimes when I go in stores, they block me and they start searching my bags. So I get pissed off and embarrassed. Last time I went to this one store down here. We paid for everything. It's about at the door and they stopped us and they searched. Everybody was looking at it, so I don't go into it.
How many times have you been to treatment?
Let me see, twice in the 70s, 2013 I went north one. 1977. That's when I started taking AA program.
I want to go to treatment. Like we both got to do something. Like clean up our act and everything.
What happened after you went last time?
Well, we came back home and then no. There's like somebody passed away that time, and that's the thing. So then we just end up start drinking and using again, and yeah, that's about it.
When you go to treatment this time and you get out, what's going to happen?
I don't know. Probably just come back onto the streets.
This program is called the Managed Alcohol Program. It's safe, regulated wine and beer, and they drink it within a safe space. And it's run in the downtown east side in Vancouver, like close to Hastings and Maine. So yeah, I was just curious to see what you guys would think of having a program like this here in Moses Lake. Get your feedback on it.
Our community prior to our fentanyl crisis was alcohol. Alcoholic restriction. Yeah. And our whole community is affected by alcoholism.
Yeah.
Every one of us has a family member who's an alcoholic.
It's a way for people to invest in being part of a community and having a safe stock of alcohol.
Then we'll put in our yeast on top of that. We'll leave that for a week and a half, and then we'll clarify it, which is what we're gonna do with this.
Yeah, I know.
I don't know. What do you guys think of that program and the idea of bringing something like that here?
I encourage it. I'd rather see it drinking beer instead of drinking that stuff that's bleeding or stuff like.
We definitely need that here. Yeah. But I think that we could really utilize it.
It'll work. That way we won't hurt ourselves. Because most of my friends all died from drinking that bad stuff. This morning my cousin was throwing up blood because he was drinking bad stuff.
And for the solvent abuse, it's only like $3 just get something. It's more cheaper than the alcohol. It's like $15 to get a antiseptic. It's only like $3 just to get some of that solvent. That'll be good though if you get a program though. Yeah. I wouldn't mind a program like something like that to be around here. Be nice.
The Kainai Healing Lodge is one of over 50 NADAP residential treatment centers in Canada. Residential treatment centers are also commonly known as drug and alcohol rehabilitation centers. NADAP, or the National Native Alcohol and Drug Abuse Program, is funded by Health Canada. NADAP treatment centers receive significantly less funding than other publicly funded residential treatment centers.
Part of the program that they take part in has the cultural pieces where we incorporate smudging every morning and every night. Additionally, what they'll do in here each morning is do a reading from the AA Big Book and also a reading from the Well-Briety book. And this one is going to be the daily reflections. This is going to be the AA. And it's really the same format. In sobriety, my life gets better each day. I must always remember not to drink, to trust God, and to stay active in AA.
When was that written?
These have been around for so long. Like I said, AA is quite a well-established program.
The way I believe is that we need to move away from the old way of doing treatment. That's gone, right? Because today we're going into an era of new things that sometimes we have a hard time understanding. The old way was easy. I mean, the 12 steps is still going to be there. I firmly believe in those, but we need to shift from that to a new way of how addictions are today. There's more addictions out there, like opioids, other stuff. So we need to move from that. When I say old, meaning that something that worked back then, it's not working today.
You know, just take it one day at a time. And we always say to my grandfather, Kakatusi, Iga Kimat, try hard. That's what you've always told us. Everybody is different. And, you know, Iga Kimat. That's all we can say.
We're going to have a sharing circle, okay? I know it's hard, and I know it's tough, but I've been telling all of you to speak from here.
It's because I was brought up in this system. I thought no one cared or did anything for me where no one was there.
I ain't gonna get into a lot of detail because there's so many things that I could tell. You know, traumatic things and sad things and things like that, but
I heard the stories of my mother in residential school and the molesting. She had to go through the beatings, and growing up, I had a lot of trauma. My parents battled with alcohol. I was always handed off to family members. And my grandmother raised me. I'm real glad she raised me the way she did. Parents tried their best to raise me, but I guess it didn't work out.
I grew up with addiction my whole life, ever since I was a kid. I was raised by my grandparents. So thinking that was okay to be in that kind of world with alcohol, you know, it's acceptable. I was sexually abused. So right from then, I've had issues, right? We all have issues.
God, grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. Have a good day, Russ.
When I think about how dramatically and how rapidly things changed for our people, it takes my breath away. My great-great-grandparents were born at a time when the first Prime Minister of Canada, John A. Macdonald, weaponized hunger as a means to violently dominate thousands of Indigenous people across this country. His motivation was our land and resources. After Canada sanctioned the slaughter of the buffalo to near extinction, our people witnessed a total collapse of our way of life, followed by unprecedented starvation and death. Our leaders were misled into believing that treaties represented a peaceful resolution to the state's brutal warfare tactics. Throughout the treaty negotiation process, the power imbalance was unquestionable. The state held the upper hand, and at no time did our leaders agree to surrender our land. The year after Treaty 7 was ratified, some of our people were forced to eat grass to survive. Some of our people then died from consuming tainted flour and rotten meat included in our rations. A few years later, the Canadian Pacific Railway began its westward expansion through our territory, uniting Canada's east and west. Our wild prairie grasslands were then rapidly transformed into farm and ranch land by settlers. The state continued to enact violent policies designed to subjugate us as a people. The pass system prohibited our people from leaving the reserve without a pass from an Indian agent. The Indian Act controlled every aspect of our lives and prohibited us from practicing our culture and spirituality, opening a bank account, hiring a lawyer, voting, and mandated that our children attend residential schools. This all happened in less than 20 years, and that was really just the start.
I've been wanting to do this since I was like 5. And now that I'm doing this, and to be honest, to me, it feels like a dream. It feels like I feel like just walking up to somebody in town and pinch me, see you all wake up. That's how glad and how much pride I have that I actually made it to where I wanted to go. I'm proud. Proud of being from China. I'm proud to be a blood Indian. Well, how we would do it, say we're at a ceremony or something, it's an Indian name. So I would say, "Oti nidane ko igaya na goyo, idapa pae, astis tumix." That's how you'd say it.
Did you see that? In case you missed it, let's go back and have a closer look. Where Apple 3 once was is now a black, empty space. If you watch.
What movie are you guys watching?
We're watching Bigfoot.
Oh.
The one we were watching last week.
I still haven't finished it yet. I started watching on my computer.
I was having nightmares from it because I left it up. I left it on up there while I was sleeping. I grew up on the blood tribe. Alcohol has always been a problem here, right? You always get calls for alcoholism, but it wasn't until when you think it was when the fentanyl started.
I think it got really bad 2.5 years ago or something.
Get people dropped off at the front of the fire hall. And 3 people at a time, and we're all trying. There's only 4 of us here at a time, right? So every one of us is on a different patient, trying to bag the patient, trying to get them back. And so that was kind of hectic at that time, but now it's settled down way a lot more than what it used to be. Friends have gone into that, and it's just, I don't know, it's just a bad place for them right now. But I just wish it was gone. I wish my friends wouldn't be doing that kind of stuff, you know.
What's our fire department? All right. Have a good day.
We get a lot of pizza calls. We literally do.
And they're like, is this pizza 73? No, this is
2 in the morning.
blood to our fire hall. It's very important that our non-First Nations employees understand what has happened to our people. And yeah, a lot of them drink, a lot of them are addicted. There's a lot of uneducated people out here, but there's reasons for that. We didn't just one day decide to be what we've become. You know, when we were strong, like, you know, like history marks like the Bloods as some of the fiercest, strongest people there ever was, right? We held our women on a pedestal. We respected everybody. We helped each other out. And I want us to get to that point again. It truly breaks my heart because a lot of the people I see, you know, in Moses Lake walking around, you know, hearing stand up, they were some of my closest friends in elementary school, right? They came to my birthday parties. You know I'm not going to heal them and I'm not going to, you know, make them better because they're suffering in their own way. Like they that's why they've become addicted, because they've experienced that intergenerational trauma every day of their lives. And I'm not going to heal them, but if I can at least give them a little bit of empathy and care when I'm with them, I think that's kind of my way of I don't know, like just doing the best I can, I guess. It's hard. Like, it's not easy.
It's well known that many of our people will not go to certain hospitals because of the treatment that they get. And myself, it's been really difficult. It's something that is called moral injury. When you work with others, or you are in a situation where you see your people being hurt, but you have to work and continue to maintain where you're at and not make a fuss every day. So it's really difficult to see this on a daily basis and to continue working when you know your people are hurt, when you know they're complaining, and when there's only you to deal with your patient situation, and to have to educate your colleagues and coworkers on how they're treating our people. And for me, it's been really difficult. And I think a lot of Indigenous physicians and nurses face the same thing. And I know a lot of our people refuse to go for care because of the way that they're treated within the healthcare system. Now, I want to qualify that with saying that there's a lot of good non-Indigenous physicians and nurses that are very compassionate, but it often takes one or two experiences by a racist or biased health professional to hurt a person and to gain their non-trust. Morning.
Morning.
How are you?
I'm okay.
How was your weekend?
It was all right. Enjoyed the weather.
Yeah, till last night, hey?
Yeah.
Okay, so you're doing pretty good, hey?
Yeah. I was thinking I've been on, I think, is it 14?
14, yeah.
For a while now.
Okay.
Trying to think, going down a bit.
How do you feel? Like, you feel pretty stable on the 14?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
Mel had some concerns thinking that.
Did she drop down? Did we drop her down?
Yeah, she's down to 4.
How is she doing?
She's doing really good.
Good. Okay, good. So
she handles it better than me, going down.
you know, everybody's different. Don't judge yourself on anybody else, hey? The bottom line is we don't want you to relapse.
No.
Okay, so that's our biggest goal, is we don't want you to relapse. The side goal is we want to get you down. So I'm not going to force you or push you to come down. So we want to make sure that you're stable and that we don't destabilize your life, hey? Because in no time, if you relapse, things could just really fall apart. So the main thing that we have to think about is how you feel emotionally. And we need to know that you're strong enough. You're feeling strong enough. We have to keep you really healthy, hey, because those kids need you.
Yeah.
So we have to keep you in good shape. If you burn yourself out, then the kids won't have anybody, hey.
Yeah.
Right now, you're helping yourself. You're helping Mel. You're helping your sister's children, your own children. and then you have Mel's child to think about
Yeah.
too sometimes. And, you know, that's way too much stress for you.
Mhm.
You're doing really good.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much.
All right. Well, keep it up.
Yeah.
And yeah, you're doing a really good job.
They're going to be given our opening prayer and song this morning. So if you could come out and take your seats, we are ready to begin.
Ate moiskamis, esamokil, ayo hey.
Friends, relatives, those of you who have come to visit us, I welcome you all. I really want to thank all of you who have been involved in trying to eradicate this new drug that has been causing us problems for the last few years.
And we're finding that with drugs as strong as fentanyl, it's really difficult for addicts to have complete abstinence. For some, they feel it's impossible. So the older population is saying, well, why don't you guys just quit? You know, why don't you just, you know, go cold turkey and quit? But a lot of people have tried that, but they have not been successful. And in the meantime, we've lost a lot of lives. The next thing we want to do is we want to address a detox facility on reserve, because we're finding that the relapse rates from people going into detox and waiting for treatment allows them to relapse, and they feel like they're failures. So if we can get them directly from detox into treatment, then we might have more success and we might be able to help them a little more.
Mom, how much do I give baby again?
Maybe too much, you know, he'll just throw it on the ground.
Okay. What's that? Yeah, of course I can handle them.
Oh, yes. Are you on lunch or something, Shay?
Huh?
How long are you here?
Hour?
Yeah. Okay, so you can help me run it, huh?
Yeah.
Okay, well, let me do this while he's here, so it won't be that long. Yeah, I'll phone that school and I'll talk to that Marvin. I'll find out what's gonna happen.
Okay.
You should have phoned back already.
I know.
You're good. Listen to your sister. Okay? Go see you in a bit, my girl.
Yeah, so there's juice. Yeah.
I'm just going to life management right now. I need to get my English. Lethbridge, they told me if I can average at least the 80, and then they'll take me in to go try to get my wind turbine certificate. And that's something, because that's like my biggest goal is to get into wind turbine technician. And yeah, that's pretty good. I've been addicted to fentanyl for 2 years now. I'm not living my life anymore. I'm living the life like of a drug addict, like the beans. I'm living life just to do a bean. And it's sad. And my grandma just cries all the time. I had to see her when she's crying. I know. Because she knows that I'm into this stuff now. Everyone's starting to know that I'm into this stuff now. And it's just not who I used to be. It's kind of sad.
Have you thought about going on Suboxone?
Yeah, they said because I went up there before and I tried to see Esther, but they're just booked. So I got to go to Cardston and see my own doctor, which I haven't seen in quite some months now.
Esther's in today. She doesn't
Yeah.
have patients booked.
Yeah,
If you went today, you would get in to see her.
really? Yeah. I don't know. I don't know what to believe. It's just another addiction for me, to another burden. So
So this is Lori and Sanjay and some others talking about.
Just from other stories I heard that it was another drug to get high. Like this thing is like the Suboxone's really help with the cravings, the withdrawals, mostly with the craving. If I didn't have them, it was rough. It was sick.
well, they're right about everything they said. They are right about everything they said. I got a lot to live for. I got a lot of people that I don't want to hurt.
that's the last thing I want to do is hurt someone.
Yeah, like I can't think right. Yeah, but I have like a really weak stomach. Like, will it be better if I just come in and talk to you? Yeah, I'll make it.
Awesome.
Okay.
So you're in today for some help?
Yeah.
Let me just get your chart open here. So it's just kind of on the spot. You realized you wanted to do this, hey?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just gonna get a little bit of history from you if you don't mind. So can you tell me how long you've been using?
2 years. 2 years now. And it's just gotten daily now. It's just getting daily.
So you wait till your withdrawal's really bad, eh?
Yeah. Which is when I go to sleep. And that's when it really.
That's when it's really hard, eh?
Yeah.
What are your symptoms today?
Right now, I'm
Yeah.
I'm just not really functioning. Like I'm getting really emotional.
Okay.
Not functioning right.
So you're about ready to start crying, eh?
Yeah.
Got headache?
Yeah, I get those like towards nighttime. I start getting really rank headaches.
Okay, how about body aches?
No, not really body aches. Just my feet get restless, and that's
Okay.
what prevents me from sleeping.
Okay, so and how did you get started? Was it a friend that told you?
Practically everyone around me, all of my friends.
All right, so let's get you started. Eventually what we're gonna do when you're on your feet and back in school and your life feels like it's pretty stable, then we're gonna start reducing your Suboxone. So the aim would be that sometime in the future you'll be off of it.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm so glad you came in.
Yeah.
You're gonna have money in your pocket too now.
Yeah.
Okay, so I got the 2 medications here. That's just for nausea, and this is the Suboxone. It goes under your tongue and it melts pretty fast.
Yeah.
And the reason why it goes under your tongue is because the blood behind your tongue almost goes straight to your brain,
Yeah.
and that's the fastest way to feel better, hey?
Yeah.
Initially, the pharmacist will watch you until it is completely dissolved.
Yeah.
But we're gonna watch you, and then I'll talk to you and ask you how you're feeling, okay?
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. Tongue back. All right. All right, so usually it takes about maybe 5 up to 5 minutes to dissolve. You have kids?
No.
Do you want to take another drink?
Yeah. I would have had a kid.
No, maybe right now it's a good thing you don't, hey? Because you got you to take care of me.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so is it almost gone?
Uh-huh.
Let's see. Yeah, it's almost gone. And is it starting to feel like you had a line?
Yeah. Like it's like my brain's kind of like breathing now. It's like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Feeling a little bit better?
It's like.
What about your legs? Are you feeling less restless?
Yeah. It kind of feels like okay, comfortable now.
So the long-term goals are, like you said, you want to get back into school, hey? I want you to continue the life management work that you're doing. And then have a goal in mind, like maybe by January, you might want to start going back to Red Crow for picking up your high school. From now until you come see me again, I want you to avoid fighting. If somebody tries to pick a fight with you, walk away.
Yeah.
Okay, because fights, you know what trigger relapses. Okay, yeah. And if somebody is judging you or making you feel bad, walk away from them. Don't even talk to them, okay? Because it's your life, it's not theirs, okay? And one of the things is that you need to appreciate your partner and the people that are supporting you. Say thank you to them because they're the ones that are going to help you get through this too.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I want to see you next week, and we'll start increasing if we need to, or we'll keep it where it's at. You can go every morning now. Your prescription's over there. You can go every morning now to get your Suboxone.
I'm happy. Yay.
I gotta go back down because Birdie's expecting me.
I'm happy for him. He's on that. so I don't have to worry about me losing him. I don't like walking around with him though, especially with all this drug dealing thing. I don't like it. I don't even like coming outside, to be honest. That's why I just tell my mom if I can watch the kids, and she says, "Yeah, are you sure?" I'm like, "Oh yeah, didn't I tell you?" But and she's like, "Yeah." So yeah, that's what I usually do every day, and I don't mind it. It's keeping me out of trouble. And plus, I want to go back to school. Hopefully, my mom can watch them. She's on Suboxone now. Yeah.
Awesome. Very good. I'm happy.
That's what I'm saying too.
Good day, baby.
When did he get?
Oh, he's been up for a while. Boxy God.
Hey, Marlo. How you doing?
So I just turned 22 in November 6th. I was raised here in Moses Lake from a foster home. It was pretty cool you guys came.
How come?
It's the first time I'm actually on camera. Besides jail.
Jail?
Besides going to jail.
In 1 year from now, where do you think you'll be? Where do you want to be?
You know, I never thought of that. Never thought of that.
So when we talked last time in the summer, you were trying to get into treatment.
Yeah, we're still waiting. It's the only way we can get a place. We got a counselor in Standoff, a counselor. So he helps out everybody. That's where we go see once in a while. When it gets warm, we hike up, go see him. Just sign papers, how many visits we had. Give us a medical report. So this time they're saying this month or next month.
The path to getting into a treatment center is complicated. Before going to treatment, George and Leah need to visit their addictions counselor in Standoff 4 times. They generally have to hitchhike the 30 kilometers to get there. They then need to get medical forms from their family doctor. And then they need to go to a detox. Most detoxes in Alberta have a wait list. After completing these steps, they can finally apply for a bed in a NADAP treatment center. However, most treatment centers in Alberta have a wait list. Many people from Kainai live in the nearby city of Lethbridge. Those who live with addictions have access to different services in the city than those who live on reserve. Arches is a nonprofit organization in Lethbridge that offers over 20 wraparound services rooted in harm reduction practices. The Indigenous Recovery Coach program supports Indigenous people who are in recovery and specifically on opioid agonist therapy, such as Suboxone or methadone. The program recognizes that participants face numerous barriers in their daily lives. So coaches offer one-on-one support for everything from getting to appointments, to finding housing, to getting into treatment. The program also offers cultural support, guidance from elders, and access to ceremony.
I'm leaving tomorrow. I'm going to treatment up north. I'll be gone for 56 days, so a little scared, but it's something I have to do. When you're on drugs, it's a routine. You get up, you start looking, right, for your drug of choice. And then it's just like all day, it seems like you're on that drug, right? Whereas methadone, I take it once a day and I'm fine, I can function. And I tried Suboxone, but I had a really bad allergic reaction to it. I kept getting sick and it just wasn't working for me.
How did your life change after you started
Methadone.
methadone treatment?
I started living normal, right? Like living that normal life again. Whereas before it wasn't a normal, healthy life, right? And I'm living healthy. And just have function throughout the whole day. Normally, like a normal person, right?
She deserves the credit. She did everything. She's just very, very resourceful lady and very smart. And for the most part, she's done all of this planning just on her own. And it's just that we're there to help her with the recovery and just any kind of like long-term or short-term goals.
All right. See you guys.
Okay.
All
See
right.
you.
Yeah.
Have a safe, good journey.
Yes, I will.
I always dreamed of having this kind of life. After I had my daughter, I relapsed for a couple months, and just one morning I woke up and I couldn't do it anymore. I was struggling. I had nothing, like literally nothing. And my brother told me, you should write down your goals and then, just write them down. And then maybe in the future it will happen, but it won't happen right away. But just to keep that paper. And then I did do it, but I don't have that paper anymore. And then my goals kind of came true because now I got my own place, my daughter, I'm going to school, Kenneth's working. I feel a lot better, confident. This is for the people out there that I want to say to them. Okay, my name's Rady Goodrider. I'm from the Blood Tribe Reserve. Today marks 11 months, and it hasn't been all good, but I handled life without it. I know I'm better off. I just had enough looking over my shoulder, waiting for the next fix. 16 years old when I started using, and now I'm 20 years old and finally sober. As long as I can keep myself healthy, I can still accomplish all the things I dreamed of doing. Never think less of yourself because you're somebody. My personal story. She's in daycare.
Oh, she's 1 year old now? Wow, she's really cute.
I love being a mom. I love taking care of my daughter. She means everything to me. I'm so glad I got her.
In response to the opioid crisis, Arches opened a supervised consumption site, which became one of the busiest in Canada. The majority of the clients who use the site are Indigenous, and many are from Kainai.
So inside this facility, we have about 8 different programs that operate. Our largest program is Supervised Consumption Services, so that's where you're standing right now. Can you buzz me in? Thank you. And this is the consumption room. So nursing stations, there are 2 because the room's so large. So in this room, there are 13 booths. In the second room, there are 4 more booths for when we get busy. So we have 4 modes of consumption here. So people can inject, they can inhale, they can snort, or they can ingest orally. So when they come in, they generally wash their hands, and then they would let us know what supplies they want. Sterile water, so that they're using a good water source. Ties, no different than when you go to get your blood taken, so that they can tie off. And then cookers and filters. And for those that are smoking fentanyl or other fentanyl analogs or heroin, we provide foil for them. So they get monitored while they're in here and they're using. If there's any issues or medical emergencies, then we have staff on hand to respond. And we have all of the medical equipment that would be required to be able to revive somebody from an overdose. So all of the booths are the same size, except for one that's a little bit bigger to support either people in wheelchairs or people who are participating in our peer-assisted injection pilot project.
Do you feel safe using the smoke room here?
Yeah. Just in case something does go wrong. Staff's here to help. Seeing them firsthand help other people. It's good. Because I think, all it takes is just one person to care. Because everyone out here is a person. We're all people. Breathe the same air, bleed the same blood.
Do you find value in the services that Arches
Well,
offers?
yes, I do, because there's a lot of people that I see here that OD a lot and they OD a lot in here. And if they go out there and do the same thing, and they OD out there, they won't have anything. Or they don't take anything with them, they could, they won't come out of their situation. If it happens out there in an alley or somewhere else, without their OD kits.
So there's talks about cutting budgets for places like Arches. If you didn't have Arches, where would you be?
And probably be a lot more deaths and ODs, That's all it's gonna happen.
The supervised consumption site and other harm reduction services offered through Arches received pushback from some residents of Lethbridge. Vocal opponents to the SCS organized numerous protests, petitions, and community gatherings. Various Facebook groups opposed to the SCS were created in an effort to shame drug users. Photos and footage of clients of the SCS were frequently posted in these social media forums without their consent, along with racist and derogatory comments. A nearby business had a 24-hour YouTube stream directed at the SCS entrance. Violence toward SCS clients and staff was also documented. A Lethbridge man was charged with assault with a weapon after firing a paintball gun from a moving truck at clients and staff.
Yes, actually, I was in one back here by these steps in this alley. I was talking to these 2 girls. And I didn't see it, I didn't hear it, but somebody told me, look, Lloyd, you're on, I think she said Facebook. We went to her phone, I was looking at it, to the picture of me. I had my back to the camera, it was coming from behind me, this building back here. Standing there with the 2 girls, and it looked like we were making a deal, but I don't know. We were just talking.
Do you feel safe here in Lethbridge?
No.
How come?
Like 2 days ago, some white guys pulled a shotgun on me when I was walking down the street. It was like 2 o'clock in the morning. This truck just pulled up, and I heard them load that shotgun. And they're calling me a fucking savage or whatever.
I've been hearing a lot, and I see a lot of white people beating on the Indian on the street, alleys, or just calling them down names and everything. It's kind of dangerous for a native to walk around alone at night, or even during the day sometimes.
In 2008, 2 Blackfoot men were targeted in an unprovoked assault by Lethbridge resident Bradley Gray. Gray chased George Manyshots and Percy Pantherbone into an alley near his Northside home and beat George Manyshots to death. Percy Pantherbone was also badly injured in the assault. Gray was heard saying earlier that day, "We do nothing but fucking put up with drunken Indians." He also told a friend that he was going to clean up the neighborhood. Bradley Gray was sentenced to life in prison under a manslaughter conviction for the murder of George Manyshots. George Manyshots' death was listed as a hate homicide, one of only 2 hate homicides in Canadian history at the time.
Let's do it, boyo. Yeah, we'll get going. Ayo kinna. Ayo snapis. Ayo hasitapan nanduka. Ani kakit puktumux pinna, nani nituktak sa puch pinna. Ayo kimatu kinna, nani dakit skini pinna, nani dakin chipotaya. Aniksi nitaskamanna. You guys want to go down? This way.
The Sage Clan Patrol is a volunteer-run organization founded by Mark Braverock. Mark was inspired by Winnipeg's Bear Clan. The Sage Clan patrols the streets of Lethbridge 3 times a week and offers support to vulnerable people. They also safely dispose of used needles and other drug paraphernalia.
Api, go away. Fred, why don't you try and get to the shelter? It's too cold here. You sure you're gonna be okay? We're gonna come back and check on you, all right? Okay?
Sounds good.
How long? How long?
Right away.
Right away? Sly, you and Nadell, do you wanna wait? Wait for Dot. We'll come back through here. We're gonna come and pick him up, all right? Okay. That's exactly what we don't like to see is somebody hiding in a secluded spot to sleep. That's when they get beaten up. They get found by guys who beat them up just to beat them up. How do you explain it? Hey, why they would do it to somebody? Like I said, Eric's pretty thorough.
Find anything there? What did you find? That would be good to have those rubber gloves. Rinse off your gloves when you get home. Watch your step.
All
Watch
right.
where you're stepping in.
Okay.
In case there's any needles or stuff like that, you have really thin shoes.
I lost my mom about 2 months. It'll be a year that I lost her through addictions. This time I couldn't save her. And I still feel my mom's presence because all the routes that we went through, I always found my mom. So it kind of feels like I'm with her. Yeah.
My English name is Sylvester James Daniels. Well, I'm known as Sly around here, Sly Daniels. My Indian name is Apisko. That means traveler in Blackfoot. I left that addiction when I was in Vancouver. I was on the streets there for a few years. And so I used to shoot up a lot of dope and stuff like that. So I know what it's like, hands down. And I think that's actually probably one of the good things that makes me want to do this, because when I was in the darkness of doing all that dope and stuff like that, all that, hurting myself, there were people like us, and they'd come up to me and always ask me if I'm okay. And just being able to see people ask that question, "Are you okay?" And they come up to you, that gives you a light, eh? So it just, when people do that, when they did that to me, that makes me want to do this too, eh?
Okay.
Well, you want to sing a song?
Sly.
Yes.
You want to join us?
hey oh, 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 hey oh. Hey, 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 hi, hey, hey, oh, hey, 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 oh, hey, oh, hey, oh, hey, hey, oh, hey, 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 oh,
Hello, Christine.
Hi, Alton. How are you doing?
I'm okay.
Good. Nice to see you.
Yeah, it was a good day. Crew.
Cool.
Crew.
Okay, well, wish me luck.
Yeah, good luck.
That
I
I
will
passed and A my tests.
Ajos svētapījup, kitskmāca muhtinaan, es pamokinaan anohkasigoi, kimokinaan, es ramatsukinaan. Idataikakim, nakuatsumuika. Idataikakim, nakkaajim. Idataikakim, nakkenemasti. Idataikakim, naksakistapis.
So make sure that you put your name, today's date, have your calculators handy, times table sheet, use that. And if you get stuck, let us know. We'll help you out. And you got an hour. You got an hour to do it. So good luck.
I was kind of at a bad, how do I say, place that I was going downhill and all that. I have no one to talk to or anything. And plus me and Shay like are fighting around the time too. So that's where it just kind of went. I don't know why. So kind of put myself in a bad place right there. So kind of regret it though. I really do. I'm not even lying. Yeah. I just hope that I actually accomplish my goals and that I do get my life clean and healthy. I'm really hoping to be a nurse still. That's what I want.
I'll check my laundry. Yeah, it feels really good to be working, doing something, getting out of the house. Started noticing her being different. And then, I confronted her. She was scared at first, but, I just told her, that I wasn't mad at her. I was more, worried about her. We had a really good long talk. And I told her I would help her get off. I didn't want her to be on it. So she cried, we cried. We had a really, a moment. And I just told her, I'll help you. So I was the one who made the appointment for them to go get on Suboxone. So yeah, so I was just kind of hurt though to see her, on it. Never thought my daughter would be, into that. But I guess I'm partly to blame for it because she witnessed me, you know. I still remember the day I brought her when she first went to school, you know, and her reaction when I literally got kicked out of there. They wanted, you know, to try and break that bond. So I literally stood outside the door and I hear her crying and I'm like standing outside and I'm like bawling my eyes out. And then there's this teacher that walks by and she just comes and she's like, oh, is it your daughter's or your child's first day class? I was like, yeah. I said, I didn't let her go to Head Start. So this is my first time, you know, letting her go to school and be on her own. She said, yeah, we've seen that. But, you know, she'll be okay. So she literally walked me out of the school.
Still working EMS casually, but I also work now in a part-time permanent position with the mobile medical unit.
Morning.
Marcia and I were actually sisters. So she got involved in this first, and then I, of course, followed because I'm the little sister.
Good morning.
Along with providing primary healthcare services, the mobile medical unit dispenses harm reduction supplies and delivers Suboxone to patients who do not have transportation to the pharmacy every day.
Like, I was one of those people who thought, oh, you're just replacing one addiction with the other. It was just more of my own personal journey from, you know, being one of those, oh my God, harm reduction, that's, you know, it's not doing anything for anybody. What good is it? To kind of really understanding, you know, what harm reduction is and why it's needed within the community.
Your last visit was good?
Yeah.
Yeah. You're still really involved with your baby, hey?
Yeah, I still go over there and visit.
Yeah.
They wanted me to go for treatment, and they wanted me to go for parenting classes. Then when I have visits here, then if those are going good, like everything's going perfect, then she'll be able to have sleepovers.
Oh, okay.
And then when those sleepovers are good, where she's happy, like there's nothing wrong with her sleeping here,
Mm-hmm.
and then I'll get her back.
Are you done? Let's see. Okay. All right. So tomorrow, bring your lockbox out with you, because you'll have the weekend carries.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. See you. Have a good day.
Yeah. You too.
Okay.
With every wave of the opioid crisis, community leaders and frontline workers at Kainai become more adept at responding to emergencies. In response to yet another spike in overdoses, community leaders are gathering to coordinate their efforts.
Hello. How are you? That's 13, right, in the last.
Since yesterday morning, 8 o'clock.
Yeah.
So, and then 22 in 48 hours.
Okay, so you'll report on this. So just to give everything context, I'm going to ask Jason to give a report because Jason and his crew have been extremely busy.
In the last 24 hours, we've done 13 overdoses. In the last 48 hours, we've done 22 overdoses. So over and above that, we've also done all the other calls that are in there. So keeping in mind, there's only 3 ambulances that are on shift at any given time on the blood reserve. We're working hard on the detox center. We've got support from chief and council and from our board to move forward with this. Kevin's working hard with the federal and provincial government trying to secure more funding. And other than that, we don't have a whole lot more to report.
Thank you. Let's move to Esther. Could you give a little bit of an update?
Okay, so I stopped in the emergency room this morning to get an update. They've had 20 overdoses since Tuesday morning. And last night they had 3 overdoses. They're taking up to between 6 to 8 vials of naloxone to revive them. And we did have one death yesterday morning, which is suspected overdose. So there's a couple of things that we're stepping up on, and one is we really need to step up on the naloxone distribution at every site. We have a walk-in Suboxone clinic today, and we'll have a walk-in Suboxone clinic on Saturday and Sunday for anybody that's going through withdrawal. They can come directly to the clinic Saturday and Sunday, and we'll assess them for starting them on Suboxone, and hopefully they're not going to seek more of this stuff to get, because most of the people are dope sick, and what they're doing is they're just wanting to feel better.
How are naloxone kits? Do we have lots?
I placed an order yesterday, so they should be coming in hopefully by the end of the week. Right, about 250.
250?
Yeah.
2335. Do you want Charmaine and myself to respond?
You got a pulse the whole time, right?
Came in as a cardiac arrest, and when the crews got on scene, they determined it was another overdose, which makes it our 7th for the day. Witnessing the calls, it's very heart-wrenching. When you go on a call and people are breathless, they've got very weak pulses, and you do the best you can. Just restocking our naloxone from the 3 overdoses we just had. The one gentleman in town site took 8 mils to bring him back till he was breathing on his own. So it's definitely a carfentanil that's back in our community.
Carfentanil is a synthetic opioid 100 times more potent than fentanyl and 10,000 times more potent than morphine.
Okay, everyone, glad you're here. I don't know if you guys are aware, we're having a crisis situation with the opioids again. We're gonna just do the naloxone training today and show you guys what to do if you come upon an overdose.
So the naloxone kit contains 3 vials of naloxone. In each one of those little brown bottles, there is 1.4 milligrams or 1 milligram of the naloxone.
There you go. Yeah, you better learn. Come on. Pull it back to where it's in the liquid, then take it and pull back. You see the fluids going in, and then you draw back a bit, and then make sure it goes to the 1. That's the dose, okay? So you're gonna take your muscle and you go straight in, okay? You're in, you're gonna go straight down. There you go. Now you could save a life, okay? Thanks.
When we get we call it a bad batch. When a bad batch happens, the guys are going call to call because sometimes there's multiple people in a house that'll drop, and then we're starting to. I thought we were going to run out of our Narcan, so every officer is issued 3 of these Narcan. With a bad batch, it takes 7 of these to revive that person, where before it only used to take 3. See, the box is almost empty now. We call them fentanyl shifts, or fentanyl patrol is called. They'll start their shift, they'll grab a bunch of Narcan, and they'll just drive around, and then they'll listen to the radio. And then whenever they hear a overdose come in, they'll go to that call. And that's all they do. So then that'll free up the existing officers that are working that regular night shift to actually attend what they're supposed to be attending. What had happened is that person showed up at house 205, wanted water, turned blue, and then just dropped into an overdose. And EMS got there first, revived her, and then she took off on foot, avoiding us. And we haven't found her since, so that's what the officers are tied up doing right now, checking different family member houses all over the reserve and trying to figure out. As long as we know that she's alive and breathing, then we'll lay off. But until then, we'll have to keep looking for her. I don't know. I'd like to be a time traveler and travel back to pre-colonization to see how things were dealt with back then. That would be really interesting. Because obviously, I think it started right from colonization. But that's just my opinion.
In response to the increase in overdoses, the Kainai Healing Lodge has transitioned into a temporary detox over the holiday season.
Okay, yeah. So I'm really glad you're here. And you've let's see, 7 days or 5 days?
7 days.
7 days. Tell me how you feel physically.
Starting to feel a little better now since when I came in.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm still kind of.
A little shaky?
Yeah.
Any headache?
No.
No headache? No cold sweats?
Yeah.
Little bit?
Yeah.
Okay, well, we'll still have to deal with that. What about your emotional part? How do you feel?
Still feel kind of.
Sad?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a hard one, eh? Have you been able to get through some of the stuff that's happened at residential school?
That's why I drink.
Yeah. Yeah. Lots of stuff that happened there. But you know, George, I know it's hard.
Yeah.
I know it's hard, but I don't want to open that up right now. But I know that that's probably one of the hardest parts in your life. And if we can start working with it in treatment, like I know it hurts you every day, but I don't want to open it up right now. You need to be in a safe place where we can start talking about that, because it's one hurt that leads to another hurt that leads to another hurt. And at some point you just have so much that you have to put back together, and none of it's your fault.
Like many Blackfoot children, George was close with his grandparents. His grandfather, Calling Last, was one of our great spiritual leaders in our sacred Sundance societies. When George was 6 years old, he was taken from his family and placed in residential school. At a time when he should have been learning about our sacred traditional ways and forming his identity as a Blackfoot person, he was placed in a violent institution designed to assimilate.
As a young person, I've lost many close relatives to alcohol. Many of my uncles on both sides of my family have died secondary to alcohol use. We lost a niece a few years ago to opioid overdose, and we just weren't watching or paying attention and didn't realize that in our family periphery there was somebody who was at risk.
He's got the gift of gab.
Look where it got me.
One time I had to go to court. I was standing in court and I was thinking, I'm just going to plead guilty. I don't want to be talking. Next thing he came and stood behind me, started talking. I got out of it.
Was it for a speeding ticket or something?
You turned on the street.
Oh, yeah. My grandparents say that their greatest achievement is their children and grandchildren, and they really mean that. None of us saw it coming when my cousin passed away because we didn't know that she was using again.
The loss of my granddaughter was very difficult. Every day we think of my granddaughter. I had cancer about 17 years ago. And when I got home, she was there. And we'd sit up, but I couldn't sleep. I'd sit up most of the night and she'd sit up with me and we'd tell stories. I'd tell her stories. Sometimes I hope they sunk in. She and I got very close. She called me several times to go and pick her up in Calgary. There's no reason I didn't go. I had no reason. I just didn't go. And the next thing we get the call.
My grandparents treasure that last thing she mailed them. It was a Valentine's Day card she made with her daughter. The envelope was filled with silver heart-shaped confetti. She really loved that daughter of hers, and she was a good mom. After she passed, my grandpa sealed that heart-shaped confetti right into the woodwork of the dining room counter. I held my grandparents when we laid her to rest. I've never witnessed sorrow like theirs that day, and every day since then. The regret and what-ifs and if-onlys are always there. But I don't want this film to serve as a memory of the way she passed, because she was so much more than that. She was never afraid to say I love you, and she wasn't afraid of taking chances. She was so damn funny, and she got away with saying just about anything. She had bright eyes and a beautiful crooked smile. I miss her laugh and her way of teasing. I miss telling her my secrets and knowing she'd keep them safe. I miss her so much. I wish we knew then what we know now, because she'd still be here to say I love you.
It's a long way up there.
Yeah.
But it's really lucky that we now have that space.
When is it going to be finished?
They're looking at the end of December, and starting January the 10th is our aim for our start day.
After years of work, a safe withdrawal site, or detox, is opening at Kainai. For those who are ready to go into recovery, the detox will fill a much-needed gap in the treatment pathway.
So as you can see, it's all under construction now.
Yeah.
So we're going to start with 4 rooms. And here, I'll show you what we're doing here. We'll try to keep them until we've got them stable medically and help them through their withdrawals.
Hello?
And then we assess whether or not we're going to start
shut
them
off
on
the video,
Suboxone or methadone.
and we're going to continue tomorrow. If you guys want to come and watch it till the end. And our guest is here already, and he's going to share his story, how he changed from addiction into following his language and his culture. But before we get him to speak, I don't know if he watched the Chairs in Circle. And before he speaks, I'd like to invite Judy Pasokanik, one of our members, to come and share a few knowledge, traditions, or values, just to come and share a little bit of what she experienced as a child. So, and I'm going to be making some draws here, and you have to be here. And if you come every day, there is a big major prize on Friday. It could be a bedroom suite. It could be a fireplace. It could be a washer and dryer. It's a mystery prize. And on Wednesday, I want all the babies in the community come and dress up. Wednesday is going to be a fun night, fun activity. And we have some tomorrow. I think I have Vanessa Boudry and Kayla Bird. Kayla Bird is going to share about how it was when she went to treatment and what is she struggling still today. And Vanessa's going to sing some songs for us. And I don't have the agenda here, so there's the agenda at the desk there. So pick it up because every one of you is a valued member in our community. We can strive every day to feel good about who we are as First Nations people. So with that, I'm going to let Judy come up here. Yeah, that's good. How come it's like this? It should be like a circle. Oh.
Testing. We are live. Hello, do you want? There? You gonna sing, sing, sing?
I don't know.
Try not to receive it.
Should I just sing it instead of talking? Danse. Aya, Judy Curly Pasuknok Nisigason. Egwa Utauze Pasimonak Nia. Aya, Kagi Pasimoanit go Mamoy Magaya, Aya, Gaskitan, Pasimoan. Magaya, my first language, I guess, was Cree. So that's the language I speak today, Cree and English. Magaya, Igaya, Igipe Siska Magawian, Anuds Kagiska Kumuta Katagutian. From Lorraine Stone. She had given me tobacco to be here today. Eguaya to share some things that were, that were passed on from the elders. My grandfather, first of all, was the line of grandfathers, I guess, were Sundance lodge keepers, and from my great grandfathers, etc. They all did the lodges here in this community. And then from my understanding that they shared the lodge too, also with across the medicine line. So I'm very I'm very honored to have come from the part of the line of family, and then too on my father's side. On that side too, we are also Native American church members, and that I'm very fortunate to be from that family also. So we actually come from a family that pray a lot, and ongoing teachings, and we go to sweat lodges too. We have co-ed sweat here, and also too, I'm also the president of the powwow committee here in Mosquito. So I guess you can say that Nista, my culture is very important to me, especially the language. Egomana, I try to tell all the ladies that are from here in Mosquito. I encourage them to speak Cree because that's what we know how to speak. That's our first language here. And then the first language is actually Nakota, but we never got to learn that back in the schools in the 60s and 70s. We were talking Cree. So that's that. I say that's my first language because that's the first language that I knew as a child. So we kind of try and talk to each other in that way. And then now I guess I was told that they're trying to learn Nakota now. They're trying to adopt a word a day. So that's good. Um, I'm really happy for those but I guess my paternal side are Cree. My grandmother, great grandmother was Cree, grandmother was Cree, and my mother was half Cree and half Nakota. And on my grandfather's side too, their grandmother was Cree from Red Pheasant. So there too we have the bloodline Piachu family. That's where my great grandmother came from, and also Sweetgrass. Sweetgrass is another First Nations that we have family. So we're always when my grandfather when I was growing up, my grandfather used to tell us, as little kids, if you guys grow up and decide to find partners, don't go there, don't go there, don't go here. That's what he used to tell us. Usam kakyo mutewa kutuig. You guys are all related in this community and in a next community also in Red Pheasant and in Sweetgrass. So he used to tell us that as grandchildren. We were taught that from my grandfather. So I guess when my grandfather was when we were growing up as children, we seen our grandfather drinking, and then he kind of he told us that the reason why he stopped drinking, he had a dream. Told us he had a dream of my late uncle that had passed on, and then he had two cups on a table. He had two cups. One was full and one was empty. And then in his dream, he had talked to him, and he told him, "You gotta choose a cup. You can't have both cups. You gotta choose one. You gotta decide, because you have so much grandchildren, and you're gonna lead this community. This community needs you." So when he chose that, he took one cup, not knowing which cup it was. Was it full or was it empty? So when he took that cup was empty. And that's when he decided to stop drinking, put his alcohol away. And then after that, he just started taking care of all of us, I guess. And also us, we were orphaned. Me and my siblings, we were orphaned at a very young age. My brothers and I. And I guess we had a really, really, really tough life. So that from that time on, I've decided for myself that I'm not going to choose this path. I'm going to give my children a better life than what I've had because of alcohol addictions. I'm going to do the very best in my ability for my children and my grandchildren, and that the teachings are nonstop, nonstop. And then as growing up too, and I myself experienced alcohol because my partner was, I guess, what I was told is who you choose, and as a partner, that if you choose somebody that drinks, you're going to have peer pressure. You're going to get peer pressure, even though if you don't want to. So I was in that kind of a relationship, and but deep down in my heart, I knew who I was, and I knew that that's not what I wanted for myself. So that time on, I had my own children, and then that's when I decided, this is not how this is not how I'm going to raise my children. This is not what I wanted. I told myself that as a child, and now I have to do what I can for them. So I guess that's how I kept going to sweats. I'd go to ceremonies. Sometimes I would feel unworthy to be sitting in that ceremony because I'd fall off the wagon. I'd go drinking, then come back, and then there'd be more teachings there, more and and then in there they really tell us how much they love us, how much they wouldn't give up on us, how much we're welcome back after we've been out binging. That they're not going to give up and keep praying for us. And I guess my late brother Raleigh. That's what he told us. He says that's why I go to these ceremonies. He used to sing in a Sundance. He used to sing it in Native American church settings. He used to sing powwow. He sang in sweat lodges. And that's why he said, I don't give up. I don't give up on you guys. That's why I'm always going to these ceremonies. Maybe one day that, my siblings can come around too. We can sit together as a family and pray together. So that has come about. Their prayers were answered, and I thank them for not giving up on me, not giving up on us. Now my siblings, they're up in the spirit world. There's some of us left here to carry on with the teachings, and that's one thing I was taught from my brother too. And that don't be afraid, don't be ashamed ever to pray anywhere, any place, anytime. Even if you have to shed tears, Egaiwi God's nebeuse. Don't ever be ashamed to cry, because that's part of healing. That's who we are. That's how we heal. Egai God's nebeuse. And my brother William, I spoke of him earlier. Him too. And yeah, he also taught me that, when you're given tobacco, Egaya sin. Don't refuse that tobacco. When somebody comes to you and asks of your help, because you don't know, moigik skaten. Aunani iktimag nagusit. Aunani iktimag itagusit. Moigik skaten na wow. Ito it's kankaya. So, ase naman ase naman ang gagisimon. Ase naman ang blessings. Hegwakispinan to we see cake. If you're gonna do something, whatever it is, always have that tobacco, present the tobacco. Iguana ni ganuta. Iguana ni tuistamagyo. Kay tuistamag mina. It's gonna help you out. Osam, aya, Nimusumna nakikita that tobacco is very, very powerful. Ikitak sukminak se mantunak. Yakse kakwe manatsik natstemo. Hapogi spinki kwewane tamik. Hegwana kete amik. Hapo matutsan pitukahik. Pogite uma e stauna e takwake e te huitsiton kantaway taman maka e kwana nanikani stemo kay twice tamak. Ikse kwa manaya kama mo piak mano mapawaw committee when we start having our meetings. We start with an opening prayer, and always the protocol is to have the tobacco. Pray with that tobacco. And that tobacco and those prayers are going to carry us on right until those days, and at the end of the days of the powwow, that all the things that we want for that powwow and all the good things that we prayed for is going to carry on and become about. Nixmani tigawya kagismuk egaimina ne peusik. Hekwa kispin kikaskitano ni hiyo mututa tok egamau magya munyasak. Nixmani tigawya. So I try my best to try and talk Cree, at least that. I'm not Nakota. I am Nakota, but I don't speak Nakota. I don't understand it. The only thing that I understand is Cree. So I always say one language is better than none. At least if they say "Ngagi kito tawag se mantu," I can pray to the Creator in that language, because in that language, the language is so powerful when you talk to the Creator. It has so much meaning. It's real. How do you say that? Real detail. Your prayer. I'm really honored and thankful to be here today. I don't think of myself that highly to be talking in front of elders. I'm the kind of person that kind of stays behind. Now I need to, if don't I pray from there too. Magaya ngakwe I guess Lorraine had asked me to sing a song, and the only song that I can and know how to sing is probably Native American church. So I'm gonna sing, and then those of you that understand Cree, it's gonna be in Cree, so you'll understand what the wording is. Sakihito kita kutawino, yanawana yana hene yowa. Sakihito kita kutawino, yana hene. Sakihito kita kutawino, yanawana yana hene. Sakihito kita kutawino, yana hawana yana hene. Yana hawana yana hene yawan. Sakihito kita kutawino, yanawana yana hene yawan. Sakihito kita kutawino, yana hene. Sakihito kita kutawino, yanawana yana hene. Sakihito kita kutawino, yana hawana yana hene. Yana Hoana Yana Hene Yoa. Yana Hoana Yano Yana Hoana Yano Yana Hoana Yana Hene. Saki toki toku tawino. Yana Hoana Yana Hene. Yana Hoana Yana Hene Yoa. Aho.
That was good. That was really good. Hey, hey. Yeah. It's good to hear stories like that. And yeah, you're talking about language and, us being from Red Pheasant, my cousin here, and my uncle here, fluent here, and always talks to me in Cree sometimes, and I don't really know what he says. So it's always important, even at any age, to learn your language. Like our next guest here, my bro. Do you want me to read off this or I'll just talk? I'll just talk how I know Willis. Me and Willis, we go back a few years from COVID days. I was introduced to him by a friend. As many of you guys know, I do podcasting, live streaming. And I was sitting at school one day and said, "Who is this guy?" And I seen on YouTube he's speaking Dene, and I really, really like podcast, but just hearing an indigenous language, of course I didn't have a clue what he was saying, but just to listen to it, I thought that, man, that's so cool. I go, that's what we need to do, is create podcasts with indigenous languages. Anyway, it turned out he was a friend of one of my coworkers, so he introduced us together, and then we did a couple of gigs together. We even did at the range there, not at the range. What was it called? Remember we did the 2-day, the Ridge. We did a 2-day podcast. We did 12 hours one day and 12 hours the next. We didn't even know what we were doing. We thought, we'll just go live, and we had like a bunch of people on there, and we ended up raising like $3,000 and bought a bunch of equipment for people. So anyway, me and Willis have been through a lot. We've did a lot of gigs together, a lot of live streaming. You've seen Willis actually out here on Indian Relay this past summer with our other brother at Cal Arcan. So yeah, he's got a story. So it'll actually be my first time actually hearing it. So pretty excited for that. But Willis Janve from Deneate podcast.
Thank you. Danse Egua. Cree's my third language, eh? Dene my first, English second. Masicho, thank you for having me here today. I know it is National Addictions Awareness Week, and very honored to be here. It's my first time, I guess second time, as Nathan mentioned. I've been here for Indian Relay and some streaming events and all that good stuff. Sometimes you've probably seen me on TikTok or hockey tournaments, any kind of streaming event. But before that, I've got a story. It wouldn't be possible if I didn't get sober. I wouldn't be up here if I didn't get sober. It's very cool to hear the Cree language. That's something that's very important to me. Just language in general. Dene is my first language. Si Willis Janvier Hushe, Telas Tuazi Lalash, Saskatchewan. Clearwater River Dene Nation band member has Leon Dunzine, John Treaty 6 Territory Ganite there. And then Treaty 4, Nenens and Astra, Moose Jaw, Saskatchewan. Willis Netsigasin, Lalash Gayate Ochinya, Muso Tipatkanik, I think, is a Moose Jaw, but that's where I live now, and that's I learned Cree in university. I attend university. I'm in Indigenous social work. Pretty soon, hopefully, be done. It didn't start there, though. I've always wanted to help people in any capacity. Growing up in Lalash, I come from Lalash. I grew up in a home with alcoholism. A single mother. we had 3 of us in there. I got an older sister. She's in her 40s now, and then I got one younger sister. I got an older brother too, but he was given away at birth. You know, maybe not at birth, but as a baby, anyways, to one of our relatives because they felt that my mom couldn't take care of him. So he grew up in a different home than I did. So I didn't really know him growing up, you know. But I grew up close with my youngest sister. You know, my older sister, she would play the role of mother sometimes. You know, growing up in a home with alcoholism, you deal with a lot of pain and anger. You know, the local winos would become my uncles, eh? You know, the people that on the street, the guys with no homes. You know, most of them today, they're all gone though. You know, every time I go home, I feel like, you know, one of them passes away. You know, my dad was with us till about 7 years old. You know, everybody, my dad was a politician. He was a mayor at one point in La Loche. And so growing up with him around, you know, I remember as a kid, he taught me how to call a moose. So anytime he would come home and I would see him and I would go hide and I'd make a moose call and he'd pretend to shoot me. You know, that's one of the memories I have as a kid. But then a lot of the memories are waking up in the middle of the night and, you know, Ernest Munoz or George Jones is playing, right? Hey, you guys know what I'm talking about? I'm sure we've all experienced it. Maybe there's someone's auntie that's singing away. Yeah, that was me as a kid, as a little boy. You know, I didn't know it at the time, but it would cause anger in my life. It was painful. I know I laugh about it today because it's real. This is real. I don't need to fabricate it anything. You know, there's so many similarities. We come from different reserves, but the similarities today bring us together. Right? So up until the time I'm 7 years old, my dad is around. You know, he had a job and all that stuff. And I witnessed a lot of fights between my mom and my dad. You know, the drunken fights. I'd have to take care of my sister, my youngest sister. You know, my older sister, she's becoming a teenager, so she's hanging out with her friends and all that stuff. But, you know, up until my dad was around, it seemed good. You know, there were times where, you know, I did have to wake up in the middle of the night. I'd be outside. You know, there'd be some pictures of me as a baby, you know, like their age. You know, I'd be holding a beer bottle. Back then it'd be, you know, the early 90s. So it'd be them little chubby bottles. And, you know, we all have I know my mom does. She has, what do you call it? Picture, the books. That the Polaroids from back in the day there, you know, I've got a bandana around my head and a beer bottle on one of my uncle's laps or my dad. You know, those are the pictures. That was what was modeled for me as a kid. By the time I'm 7 years old, my dad is gone. See, they had split up. And I remember fights between them that I can still see today. You know, I'm crying. I'm telling them to stop. One of them stabs the other. I can still see the marks going in there. You see that they're ingrained in my brain here today. See, I've had to heal from that stuff. I'm sharing this with you because we probably go through it still. Right? Up until I'm 7 years old, my mom at this time met somebody else. Now I've got a stepdad that I'm not really too fond of. Right? I miss my dad. My dad moved a street away. You know, I grew up in a small town, kind of like here too. We know everybody. The street away was so far, I barely ever see my dad. Once a year, it was my birthday, September the 18th. I'd see him walk along from a long ways away, and I could tell that it was him. He'd give me $100 bill and be gone again. That's how my childhood was. But you see, it made me angry. I only knew anger. Right? We're not taught that, hey, this hurts. I didn't have a dad till up and, you know, he was only there a little bit. I didn't know how to say I'm sad. So I became very angry as a kid. And I would say one day when I grow up, when I have kids, I'm not going to be like my dad. I'm not going to be an alcoholic. Because it was true. I didn't want to be like him. I wanted to show up. But I didn't know how to be a dad, you know? There was nobody there to teach me. My stepdad would come around. By the time I'm 10 years old, see, at the time it was, they were dealing with weed. He was a drug dealer. He sold weed. Now it's legal, right? But by the time I'm 10 years old, I've been in 2 drug busts. The cops come knocking down your door, right? They tear up the whole place. I don't know if anybody has ever experienced that, but I had to. And it's embarrassing when you got to go to school the next day in front of your friends. One of the times, one of my friends was with me too. It's embarrassing when you're 10 years old and you got to go to the washroom and there's a cop watching you. Because in a small town, everybody talks. Right? The next day, I'm going to school. The cops had just tore up our house, and I told my mom, this is it. See, they would hotbox the house, and I would isolate myself in my room. See, at the time, it was like MSN days, you know? Hey, how many people miss MSN? Right? So I would, you know, that was snagging before snagging. You know what I mean? You would go online, offline. You're trying to get the attention of your crush, eh? But so I isolated myself, you know, quite a bit. They would be playing their poker games and smoking weed all throughout the house, and it made me angry. Till this day, I don't like weed. I know it's legal, but I do not like it because that ruined my childhood. It made me even more angry. You know, when you got to close the door with a towel or something so you don't have to deal with it, right? And I'm going to bed, I'm feeling angry all the time. I got to go to school the next day. I had to go through that. So the more angry I got, the more I blamed my mother. The more angry I got at my mother because the more I blamed her, my dad is gone. You see, I grew up very lonely and angry. I missed him. And he wouldn't, you know, I'd only see him once in a while. Because when you grow up in that home, you know, we don't get told I love you very often. I love you is like a spank, eh? I love you. How many times you get spanked? And that's how we show it one another we love them. That's why I got no bump, hey? Because I got told I love you that way. I got spanked too many times. See, these are the things we don't get taught in some of our homes. So by the time I'm a teenager, you know, I had never been around alcohol. I've always said I wouldn't be like that. I don't want to be like my dad. By that time, my mom did sober up. You know, I remember her trying to clear up hiccups, right? She's just standing there. And I'm just a little boy. It's crazy. I'm 35 now. I can still go back to these memories. They don't haunt me. I've moved past that. But I share this with you because we can all relate to it. She is sober now. She's been sober probably almost 30 years. And, but the drugs and all that continued, you know, the weed smoking, my stepdad, all that. So by the time I'm 13 years old, my brother, you know, I hang around with him and his friends. I tried my first drink and it was so gross. It was Colt 45. Man, oh man, it was a big bottle. And I said I would never do it again. And I didn't. You know, I would play hockey. I grew up playing hockey all my life. And I was a goalie. I've played with Keith Sundner, Tyson, a few tournaments there back in the day. And, you know, hockey was like I wouldn't say like a scapegoat out, but it was something to do. It was just a place we got away to. Um, it wasn't always chaos, but it was something to look forward to. You know what I mean? So growing up, I would play hockey. Sometimes I got rejected from teams. Man, that hurt even more. I would go to these tournaments. I would try out for these teams, and it didn't feel good when you didn't say you didn't make the team, and then they would call for you back, right? And by this time, they're my friends are getting into drinking. I never did, but I would start to stay out late. I wanted to hang out with them. I wanted to feel a part of, because that's what we do as teenagers, right? We want to go hang out where our friends are, do what they're doing. So by the time I'm 15 years old, I had my first hickey. Hey, that was something to be proud of. I had my first girlfriend, but I still hadn't drank. It was just the one time. You guys remember your first hickey too? It's okay. It's okay if you still get them too. It's kind of weird, but man, that's good. That's good. But now I wanted to be a part of my friends, right? I wanted to stay out late. I want to hang out with them. Eventually, I picked up a drink. See, we would go to these hockey tournaments. We started our hockey team. We were called the Rejects. We were just a young group of kids. We played. We did well in the north. It was a really good time. On a Saturday night, we go to the dance, or we go back to someone's place and play poker. So that's all that addiction was introduced to me at a young age, and I felt cool. I felt I was a part of. I felt a part of my friends, even though I didn't need to be. Now I felt even more a part of. Right? By the time I was 16, now we're doing it every week because all winter we're playing hockey. The older guys that played on our team, we would stop in anywhere there was a liquor store. They would pick up our booze, the coolers, because beer was gross. Remember? The Colt 45 was gross. So we would drink coolers. You don't know how many times they'd thrown up with that. You see, alcohol is so glamorized nowadays. We see it all over social media. But one thing they don't tell you is that how depressing it gets in the end. I can tell you how much fun I've had and all that good stuff. But there's only one place that it led me was depression and loneliness, all alone in a basement. After I graduated high school in La Loche, I moved to Fort McMurray. My mom came in. You see, I moved to Calgary. I always wanted to get out of La Loche. You know how many young people that, you wanted to leave the res, eh? I've always wanted to leave the res. And I haven't been back. I go back to visit. But I always wanted to move away. So I moved to Calgary for a little bit. Didn't work out. I came home. I got a job at the local grocery store. I'm trying to buy goalie equipment. Because growing up, my mother was on welfare. I don't know how she made it possible. If it wasn't for her, I wouldn't be here today. She made sure that we had the right gear to play our sports. When you're growing up on welfare, you got 2 kids under, you get like $500 maybe. Goalie gear is a couple $1,000s. I don't know how she made it possible. But I continued that throughout my whole life. And today, if it wasn't for her, I wouldn't be here. My sister played volleyball. She told us, I can't afford that. You feel like you grow up poor when you're told that, right? See, I felt like I grew up poor. I always wanted these things. There was times we had to put things on layaway at the sand store in Meadow Lake, I remember. Get it COD to the home until this day. And I tell you this, see, when I moved to Fort McMurray, now I'm making my own money. I can afford anything I want. That little boy that wanted the things that he couldn't get, I could afford now. Right? See, our childhood plays a big role in our adult years. You see, now my ego is bigger. I'm playing lots of hockey every winter. See, we're doing good, we're winning, we're having fun, we're partying. All the girls, whatever it is. That little boy in Lalash that felt like he had no money, now he's got money. Right? And I always say I wouldn't be like my dad. A couple of years into Fort McMurray, you see, I had the same job for 14 years. I had to go through a couple miscarriages with a couple different women, you see. I was so happy. I wasn't there for those women. I would just go and drink after. I didn't know how to be emotionally present for them. You see, it doesn't feel good for me to say it, and I know the majority of women are in here. But I've had to deal with that, and addiction took over. See, I'd be so happy, but then I didn't know. I bottled everything up. I continued to drink. I didn't know how to deal with those emotions. Off we went. Continued that. See, I always wanted to be a dad, and I wouldn't be like my dad. By the time I'm 23 years old, my daughter is born. Right? But at this time, I'm introduced to drugs. I'm doing cocaine now. By the time 12 years ago, she just turned 12 2 days ago, the night before I'm partying. See, I would drink and drive everywhere. From Fort McMurray to Saskatoon, I've traveled through here many times. I'd go home to Lalash and drive, right? It became normal for me to drink and drive, just like it would be to grab coffee or a Red Bull today. It became normal for me. I had to stop at the dealer's house because I knew there wouldn't be any drugs where I'm going. That was it. So my daughter is born now. Before that, before my daughter was born, her mother and I lived together for a bit. When I found out she got pregnant, see, I left her for another woman. It's kind of shitty to hear that, eh? But I did. Her mom and I, we have a great relationship today. You see, I've had to make amends and all that good stuff. But those are the things I had to go through in addiction. Never emotionally present. See, there was nobody there to model that for me. Growing up as a little kid, how am I going to do it? I'm trying to do what I think I know, but it's not working. I'm just going to go and drink. I would go and visit my daughter. See, she was born in Moose Jaw, and then a few months later, they lived in Medicine Hat. It's about an 11-hour drive. I would see her every few weeks, once a month. I think the longest I never went was 3 months, maybe. See, already I'm failing at something I said I wouldn't be. Right? Addiction is taking over. I'm already with another woman. I would be with her for the next 4 years. I was never faithful to her. Every time I went to see my daughter, you see, I would pick her up, or we'd drive to Saskatoon where we got family. I'm paying my child support, so I felt like I was doing the right thing. See, I'm very thankful that her family would make room for us because we're able to have a good relationship today. The things I'd done to her mother, nobody should have to experience. And still they made space for my daughter and I to have a relationship. And I'm really thankful for that. Today I have a relationship with all of them. You know, they're Munyao. My daughter's half Munyao. And man, it's a beautiful thing. You know, the other night my daughter turned 12. We were all at her party together. At one point in my life, I'd be waking up from being out the night before I traveled in. You know, I'm passing in and out, and my daughter is taking her diaper off and peed all over. You know, I'm already the things that I said I wouldn't be. See, drugs have taken over my life now. See, that's one thing they don't tell you. You know, the people on social media, we see it all the time now. They're always going live and shotgunning everything. They don't tell you the things it takes from you. They don't tell you how bad you feel the next morning. They just try to show you how much fun it is to do it until it takes everything from you. You see, my daughter had to go through a lot of stuff. She's heard this. She's heard me speak. I brought her to one of my speaking engagements. And she says, you know, I'd rather watch you MC than speak, because it's you know, she was only 3 years old. You know, she went to daycare that time. I'm in Fort McMurray. I had, she had said something, we thought she had gotten, you know, touched somewhere in daycare. So I got pissed off. I'm like, you touch my kid, I'm going to kill you. Right? Because that's how, all I knew was anger right away. But instead, I left Fort McMurray. I ended up in Edmonton partying for 3 days. You see, something so special, so important to me that I thought I could be better for. Something so important where I should have been present. I'm partying for 3 days. And I barely slept. On the last day, my friend threw me some drugs. I drove there. I drove to Medicine Hat, and I've never been so paranoid in my life. They'll tell you about these drugs, but they don't tell you how paranoid you get. You think every vehicle passing by is a cop. I hadn't slept in over 3 days, and I make there safely. You see, if you ever travel from Medicine Hat to Edmonton, there's so many small towns that I got lost so many times. You know, I thought I was going to get caught, and I thankfully I made it there. I never killed anybody. I never killed myself. I made it to Medicine Hat. You know, that was in 2014. A month prior to that, I had been on vacation for a whole month. See, during the end of my vacation, you know, I always had this attitude that, you know, I go to work, my child support is paid for, I show up to see my daughter, you know, I deserve to have a drink and all that stuff, right? So I would take this month vacation. Towards the end of it, I spent time in my with my daughter and her family in BC. And on the way back, I stopped to pick up to Saskatoon. I get to Saskatoon, I visit, I stop on the west side to pick up drugs. I do some drugs, and then I'm driving down Circle Drive and I'm having an overdose. You see, I still remember the time that, you know, my throat is closing up. And if you're going through this, the first thing that went through my mind was, oh shit, my mom's going to find out. Right? She knew I drank, but nobody ever knew. Because drugs, you hide everything. You hide everything from everybody. Even your friends that you hang around with, you'll go out to dinner with them. That's what we would do. You know, one drink and then I'm calling the dealer. There's no point in eating now. We might as well go hang out with some garage or, you know, we're all cool for a little bit. And then we start turning on each other because this person didn't buy drugs or this one was cheap for it. Right? So we start turning on each other. We go our separate ways, and then you're hanging out alone in a basement. See, I would rent a basement in Fort McMurray, all alone. That's what drugs does to you. And I wish the people on social media would tell you the same thing. When they're shotgunning beers and making look like it's something so fun, I wish they would tell you these things. I wish they would tell you how depressing it is or how scary it is that you're going through an overdose. Thankfully, I pulled through. You know, I don't know how it was possible. And then a few weeks later, I get home. You see, I blew a lot of money in that, and I'm glad I did in that month vacation. So I get back to Fort McMurray. See, I work 6 days and now I'm off for 6 days. I did that since the time I was 18 and up until COVID. I had the one job. I never got fired. My thinking was if I ever got in an incident, then I would get help. My girlfriend at the time, I said, I would quit, I'll quit, I'll quit, I'll quit. But it just couldn't happen. So that time now, I've been partying with one of my friends. See, this is the scary part nowadays. We're talking about this, like in the video there, the carfentanil and all that. So all that was coming out. You know, at this time, I thought I was buying drugs one night, and then I ended up buying meth, and I never ever knew. See, that's the scary part. And I'm glad I ran out of money that time, because at one time I did it, I was hooked. See, the one time I could have been dead, the one time I was hooked. When you want more drugs, you do anything for it. You will borrow more money, whatever it is, more possible. It's 3 a.m. You think it's 3 in the afternoon. You see, you're just not coherent anymore. You just continue going. And that was it. That time I drove to Medicine Hat after being in Edmonton for 3 days. I'm there with my daughter. Her mom left. It's just me and her. I would pass out, and my daughter was playing all alone. You see, I told you as a little boy, that's how I grew up. I said I would never have that home for my kids. But now here I'm doing it. I get up one of those times and I go into the bathroom and I notice my daughter went to go use the washroom. See, my daughter went to the washroom without me knowing. Now she's walking around with a dirty bum. She's only 2 years old. You know, it doesn't feel good. That's how I grew up, and that's how I didn't want my kids to grow up. And that was it. I knew that was time. In that moment, I said, you know, I got to do something. I can't be getting high and drinking and driving from, you know, Fort McMurray, Saskatchewan, wherever it was. It did not matter. By this time, you can get drugs anywhere. If you want it, you're going to go and get it. It's like a network that you create. You know, and at that moment, I knew one friend that had gone to treatment, and I said, Mike, I said, I need help. What do I do? I had always been scared to ask for help. You know, this is 2014, and in the video that, you know, all those fentanyl and all that drugs was, and I remember going through treatment. So I went back to Fort McMurray. I said, I need help. What do I do? They got me in touch with a counselor, and I'm going to see the counselor. For a whole month straight, I just stayed home. You see, that relationship I was in had just gone sour. It was no good. I had never been good. I just partied the rest of my days. And this was August of 2014, September 13. I checked into a detox in Kamloops. I remember the first time I got told I was going to go to Kamloops, Sage Health Center. And I remember crying because it was becoming real now. You know, I had always wanted help, but I didn't know how. I know anybody that's sober now and anybody that's drunk, we have that one thing in common. We all want to be sober. The drunk one doesn't know how or is scared to ask for help. The sober one's doing it and doing the work. Right? Does not matter if they're on the street. I could have been on the street. We're all the same. So 2014, I had to go see my daughter. I borrowed some money. You see, I had a 6-figure salary, but I was always broke. I'm still broke, but I'm a student now, so I got to, you know, I justify it. But I made a lot of money. And the more money you make, the more that you can indulge in all these things. That little boy that couldn't get those things, that had to put stuff on little layaway, see, I didn't have to do that anymore. But it just kept growing and growing. So I drove all the way to Kamloops, drunk and high. I stopped in Calgary. I said, hey, bro, you know anybody in Calgary? Yeah. You see, that's the crazy thing about drugs. You can get it anywhere you want it. Same as recovery, though. You want recovery, you can get it anywhere you want it. I stopped there. I knew I had to tell my parents. See, my dad was an alcoholic. Our relationship was never that good, but we started to, we were in each other's lives more. I told my sister that I'm a cocaine addict. She said, I kind of had an idea. You're always depressed. The next day, I had to tell my dad. You see, I drove all night, drunk and high, to Kamloops. I tried to sleep at one of the truck stops, and I still remember the trucks driving by. Still, till this day. The next day, I told my dad, I said, I'm going to treatment. I'm a cocaine addict. He said, you got to do what you got to do before you lose everything like I did. See, my dad was the mayor. He worked with CERM. He had all this good things going for him, but he drank a lot. My mom, when I first told her, she cried like someone died. That little boy that she raised on welfare, she wanted good things for her, is now a cocaine addict. And I still remember that. It's Columbia Street in Kamloops. I sat on a park bench. I took a photo of myself. I went through treatment. I did 6 days of detox, and then I turned 26. It was my birthday, September the 18th. I turned 26 or 27 in treatment. I did 42 days of treatment. I felt good. I was introduced to this elder there. He's actually a white man, but he lives the Indian way. He took me to a sweat. You see, before that, I could never talk about my dad. I could never speak about my dad without crying because I was so hurt. That little boy was so hurt all the time. And I missed him, right? And he wasn't gone. So I had to deal with all this pain from my childhood. I'm writing letters, I'm having ceremony and going to sweat. I'd never been introduced to that. Because although I had my language, we don't have culture. It's Catholic, right? It's kind of opposite for you guys, a lot of culture and no language. So, right? In the North, we've had the colonization and all that stuff. So I was introduced to the sweat lodge and all that stuff. And it felt good leaving treatment. It was October the 31st. I got up at 4 a.m. I drove to Medicine Hat. We went trick-or-treating. A few days later, I remember we went to the FSIM powwow. Man, I felt good. I said, I remember the MC saying, this honor song is for, because you played it this morning, I was watching, and I remember this. I remember the MC saying, if you've gone through some tough time or you're dealing with, this song is for you. And I felt it. My daughter's in my hand. She's passing out. She's 2 or 3 years old now. I remember that feeling, and I still carry it with me. Because 5 months later, I tell my mom, hey, Mom, I'm 5 months clean. 3 days later, I relapse. You see, everything wasn't going my way anymore. The woman I was with started talking to someone else. I get back to Fort McMurray, If this happens, I'll do this. Financially, it's not going my way. Everything is overwhelming. I'm going to counseling, but I'm still, I go into the 12-step rooms. I get a sponsor. I pick up my brother and I said, okay, off we went. I went for 2 weeks. I relapsed for 2 weeks. So what did I do? I do the same thing over again. I went to see my daughter. The company I work for, Syncrude Canada, very thankful for that. They sent me away to Nanaimo this time. And what did I do? I drove all the way. I did not want to go to that treatment center. I had heard bad things about it. And, they were affirmed when I went in there. But before that, I drove there, I had my first meal. I woke up outside of Banff and I did not want to get there. I'd stop to grab booze and I'm just rationing every bit of drugs. You see a little piece of bag that you ration. Just think about it. Not to trigger anybody or anything, but how much a little bag can control you and how much you take just so you can make it prolong. Just think about it. It's crazy to think that we have to go through that as an addict. You know? I get on that ferry, I have my first meal and I'm sitting there and I'm hurting. My body is hurting. I had lost weight. You see, I'm a skinny guy, so I was skinnier than this. I remember my underwear wasn't even tight anymore because I had gone for 2 weeks. So I went on my way to the treatment center. There's a liquor store to my right, and then I would just have to go straight and left. And in my addict thinking, I said, maybe I should prolong this intake. If you ever been to the process of going through a detox or treatment, there's an intake process. And I said, maybe I could just prolong it. But I had had enough. That was it. My body hurt. You know, I'd lost weight. I'd only had one meal that day. All the drugs I had, I just did it. And that was it. It was March the 4th, 2015. March 5th is my clean date now. I've been clean ever since. This year I celebrated 8 years of sobriety, you know, which is pretty cool, you know. Thank you. You know, I hope one day we don't have to clap. You know, it's a pretty cool thing. But I hope one day our young people don't have to be applauded to be sober. We can just give them that life that, you know, because it's a lot of hurt and pain that you have to go through each year. That first year of sobriety, because it did not end for me. That first year of sobriety, every month on the 5th, I'm having these dreams and these thoughts that I relapse, and I kept going. And every 30 days, I said, well, I made it here. I might as well keep going. I'm in the 12-step rooms. The first year of my sobriety, you see, the school shooting happened in La Loche, in my home community. It's up there. No. If you guys remember, the school shooting happened, and it was in 2016 of January, and my sister was hit with in the shooting. You know, thankfully she survived. You know, thankfully she survived. A few months later, my cousin committed suicide. See, it never ended for me. I'm sober, but I'm going through these emotions now. They don't teach you that. They don't teach you that growing up. The grieving process for me has never ended. That relationship that didn't work out, I never grieved it. I got into another one. I have a son now. We barely see him. After my cousin committed suicide, you know, it was March earlier that year. You know, our family would come together. We would dig graves. We became good at digging graves because it would bring our family together. You see, mental health and addiction, it seems like that's the only time we come together. All the other times we isolate from each other. 2017, my second year of sobriety, I celebrated 2 years. And in August, my brother committed suicide too. See, he hung himself. That was his third time trying it. The third time he succeeded. Now I'm going through depression again. You see, the grieving has never ended for me. I'm sober, but I'm still going through it. Now I'm dealing with depression. Got a son on the way. I don't want to go to work. The company I work for sent me away to treatment. I never relapsed. So I went away to treatment again for 2 weeks. After that 2 weeks I had to go through, you see, I came back to life again, and it really helped me. If you're ever able to do that, you know, go through that, it's okay. But after that treatment, that same elder I met the first time, he come back and see me, and he handed me this eagle feather. You see, the first time I went through treatment, I wanted to, they told us to make this a vision board. And on the third one, I said one day I wanted to earn an eagle feather because of the significance of it. You know, if you've received one, it's one of the highest honors in Indigenous culture. But I would give this back to have my brother. You know, he gifted me this eagle feather because I stayed sober during a tough time, and I miss him. I grew up with him. He's not my blood brother, but we grew up together. He's my brother. You know, anytime I play hockey now, see, we had gone through the whole addiction process together. I'm alive and he isn't. There were times where, you know, how did we survive? You know, we were two kids that really loved hockey, and we just kept going. And addiction, mental health took him. Suicide affects all of us one way or another. This is my second year of sobriety, and I'm still grieving. 2018, pretty soon now, 2018, 6 years. November 27 and 28, I wake up. You see, I'd gone through hip surgery. I've been a goalie all my life. I had to go through and get hip surgery. I wouldn't take care of my body. But at that time, my grandparents were sick with cancer. On November 27th, I woke up, my grandmother was dead. And on November 28th, my grandfather died. Now my family is coming together again so we can dig more graves. See, we got very good. It was a good time. My dad was there, all my cousins. You see, we always have a good time. But it's very sad to have to go through that, you know? If you have ever had to go through that, it's very sad. You know, but I got to be closer to my dad, and we got more of a relationship. You see, that little boy that missed his dad. 2018, my grandparents died. 2019, I'm still grieving. My dad got cancer, and then my dad passed away on December the 8th. See, this year is going to be 4 years where my dad is gone. See, I haven't drank or drugged for any of it. I still grieve. I still go through the emotions. I told myself, if I'm going to cry today, I'm going to cry. If I'm not going to cry, sometimes it'll make me cry and sometimes it won't. But it still hurts. I haven't had to bury anyone ever since, and I'm thankful. I don't know if I can continue that. I'm still grieving myself. That's 4 or 5 losses just within, you know, as a young man in sobriety. That's a lot to deal with. So after my dad died, you know, I've always wanted to help people. I said, I'm going to go to university. I'm still sober. I haven't thought about relapse or anything because I don't know if I have another recovery in it. I'm sure I got another relapse, but am I going to make it back? I don't think so. I'm going to die. Anytime my mind still says, okay, maybe you should have that one drink, I'm going to die. That's it. My kids are not going to have a dad. I don't need to beat around any bush. It's just going to lead me to death because we never know what we're dealing with nowadays. After my father died, I'm said I'm going to go to school. I'm going to get an education. That job I had been at since I was 18 years old, that was it. You see, I made a lot of money, but it wasn't, I was so miserable. I'm sober and miserable, you know. I'm driving to Fort McMurray and then Medicine Hat. I'd be with my daughter for 4 days and now I'm back on the road again. You know what I mean? It just wasn't worth it for me anymore after everything that I've had to go through to continue driving there for money. And I still had nothing at the end of it. I missed out on a lot of time in my daughter's life. She's 12 now. See, I sobered up when she turned 3. She's never seen me drink or drug. My boy has never seen me. She does not know. She knows about it now because she's heard me speak. But I hope that, you know, if she ever goes that route, and I'm just going to ask her, why you got to do that? I'm not going to say, you should quit. But why you got to do that? What is not enough for you? Are you not enough for yourself? So during COVID, I quit my job. I'm still going through the grieving process. Sometimes it hits me, sometimes it doesn't. If anybody else has gone through grieving, it's just a roller coaster of good times and bad times. Most of the time is good. Sometimes it interferes with the good times, but we get past it and we feel a lot better, right? That's grieving. And I don't know if it'll ever end. It sucks to lose a parent and grandparents. It's only my mom now, back home. My sisters live in Prince Albert. And during COVID, once I quit my job, this is kind of where I guess this journey found me, right? Language has always been important to me. I speak my language fluently. Like I said, I learned a little bit of Cree in university, but I've always been interested in Dene people in the far north and hearing their language and how we are similar, right? Just like the Crees too, the Crees and the different dialects and the regions, very similar to that. And I made a video during that time where in COVID we are, we ran out of Kleenex and soya sauce, right? China Lily in those times, and we survived that. But I posted this video, and as Nathan mentioned here earlier, right? People really enjoyed that. It was done in our language. You could not find Dene language anywhere. And this is the importance of language and culture, like the lady mentioned before me, and how it shapes our lives. So I would go and share these videos. I would interview people. I wouldn't tell them what I was doing. I would say, hey, what's so-and-so's number? One person got in a plane crash, and then I called them just randomly and interviewed them and made this video. And I posted it, and people encouraged me. And it was a lot of fun. And that's when I met Nathan. We hadn't met. We met online, and then a couple months later we met. And he's been a nuisance ever since. But I'm glad for him. So it's been about 3 years, and I've been podcasting. He said, you should use StreamYard. What is that? So I'd fundraise all this money. I was like, you did this and did this. And Dene Yati means Dene language or Dene speaking. You see, my dad was a broadcaster. This is why I say it chose me. My grandmother that passed in 2009 was a Dene language teacher. My dad was a broadcaster with NBC Radio. He was on the board and all that stuff. When I was a kid, I would watch some Tsiboy Iron and all them do play-by-plays. See, I've got to do that now. I've met with Tsiboy Iron. I've talked to them about this. I met Nathan. He told me to do this. I did. And I wanted to honor my dad in my name and the name of my podcast, but his name was Snoopy. Maybe that's why I'm Snoopy, eh? His spirit lives on through me, probably. And I'm very curious about a lot of things, too. Don't ever let anybody take your curiosity. If you're curious about sobriety, chase it. If you're curious about language, I hope you are. Your own language, chase it. Don't ever let anybody take that curiosity. Right? But I came up with Dene Yati. I said, it just hit me. And off we went. And it's been 3 years ever since I posted that first video. Podcasting is tough. It's not for everybody. It's work. But I would share language all the time. I would invite guests. The people from the Navajo Nation, they're related to the Dene people up here, the Dene and the Dene. Our languages are very similar. Chincho for us is horse. For them, it's dog. It's opposite. Chi for them is horse. For us, is dog. So we've been able to learn a lot of things. I said, I just put it out there. It'd be nice to meet one of them. And I did. I got to interview people from the east, people from the far north in Delaney. This journey of sitting with elders. She mentioned earlier, you should go sit with elders. I know we hear this a lot. I don't get to do it very often, but anywhere that I'm invited, because I live in Musha, mostly white people, I got to get out of there sometimes. I just got to go home and reconnect with the land because the whiteness tries to take over, you know what I mean? If you lived in the city long enough, I don't hunt or anything. I go to Costco. That's, it's a funny joke. I pick berries there. I'm okay with that, right? When I was a kid, I used to have this long braid. And mullet. See, I didn't know the meaning of it, but I got teased too much that I cut it off. And we see that now. My mother still has my hair. Only recently I started thinking maybe I should have ceremony for it and let it go. But it's long hair. And I know what it feels like to get called a girl. Girl hair, I still remember the people that called me it. Any hockey tournament that I would go to, the people would think I was a girl, right? But those are some of the things that I missed out on as a kid. The culture part. Now I've been able to learn more about myself from podcasting, from meeting people and elders. Just last week, I visited Fort Chipewyan, Alberta. I sat with an elder. She went to residential school and she's been teaching her language now. They've only got 23 speakers, right? They've got a lot of work to do. And I just sat with her. She made me breakfast, which I'm very thankful for. But just to talk with her, I don't have to record every conversation, right? You know how we try to document, in our indigenous cultures, there's oral tradition, or now we're dealing with technology. I'm in both worlds, but I respect both. I don't have to record everything. I just carry that knowledge with me and I share it whenever I'm asked to speak, right? I've got elders in my life now. One of them was my sponsor. Anytime I'm going through a tough time, I call them. I make sure I call them because you cannot do this alone. Sobriety is not done alone. When my grandfather before he died, I would go and visit him. And he had been sober for 42 years, I'm going to say. And he said, sobriety is done one day at a time. And I still carry my grandfather's message with me. It's one day at a time. Because as a young man, you get overwhelmed with a lot of things, right? We don't know how to deal with some work challenges or family. And then we start to think about tomorrow. We start to think about the next day or yesterday. That we don't know how to stay in the present because everything is so heavy that we can create these things that might choose us to relapse, right? I've had to learn these things over time. And eventually it just it's been 3,127 days or something. One day turned into 3,000 plus days. At one point I thought, how am I going to go camping with my friends? How am I going to go to tournament? I quit hockey for a little bit, right? Because I had to. When your friends are asking you for a $5 bill to go do drugs, I said, I'm done. That's it. Now I play hockey a little bit more now. But to always go through this stuff, sobriety you cannot do alone, because I have elders in my life now, which I'm very thankful for. Last week, I saw one of them, I visited them. In a few weeks now, the one I met when I was first went to treatment, I'm going to go visit him. Again, I haven't seen him in a long time. But I have to reconnect. I have to keep these connections alive in order to be sober. You cannot do this alone. You can go sit on MSN for hours and hours. You'll still be sober, but when those emotions come up, someone's got to be there to listen to you and tell these things, right? Whether it's a counselor or an elder, someone you trust. I know in this small town, we all go through that stuff. This person said this. Because I've been invited at so many AA roundups now. People speak for 2 hours because they don't have the space and they just don't have the people that they trust. That needs a change, you know. The government has done their things on policy and how limited we are in resources. But we got to help one another. And that's why I got elders in my life today. The Deneate podcast continues to grow. Anytime that I go through hardships, I'm going to go back to Fort McMurray, and then because being a student, it sucks financially. You know, I went from a 6-figure salary to $1,300 of band funding. Right? Imagine that. I'm done. I don't know how many times I quit. But every time I wanted to quit, I would get an email or a message on Facebook. Hey, thank you for your podcast. I was taken away to foster care. I grew up in a home. I don't know Denny. Anytime I wanted to quit, a residential school survivor. Thank you for your podcast. I'm trying to reconnect with my culture. A linguist in Russia reached out to me and said, hey, your language is beautiful. Thank you for your podcast. Something happens every time that I want to quit and I just want to give up. And something brings me back. So this journey chose me. You know, it's been 3 years of a lot of hardships, 3 years of streaming with Nathan. You know, we've been able to do a lot of cool things in sobriety. This past year, I was giving the Queen Jubilee Award, I think, the little medal. Right? Which is cool, I guess. I don't do it for a medal. I do it for the people that need to hear the language, to have some kind of resource to who they are. See, I grew up with all that, the language, a little bit about culture and trapping. You know, now someone else can find it another way. I never thought that somebody would be citing my work in their university stuff. I never thought that. All I did was trying to have fun during COVID. You know, there are so many elders, and this one's very important. From Delaney Northwest Territories, you see, there's the Satu people. And I know we all go through this. And this is very important, and I hope, you know, as Cree people, you take this message. See, the bomb that was dropped in Hiroshima in the World War, is it World War I or II? But anyways, the Dene people mined the uranium for it, right? There's a documentary about it. It's called Village of Widows. So I met Morris Nayeli, and he really liked what I do and how I stream. He did the same thing. He's got information from elders. But those elders that mined, you know, they weren't taught how to handle the uranium. They're just carrying sacks of uranium. And he shared this with me, and I want to share with you because it's important, and I think we should take from all of it. Eventually, when all those men became elders, they were gone. They're missing a generation of language and stories and culture that I hope we don't let it happen with us today. You know, we have to do the work today, whether it's one Cree word today and one tomorrow, whatever it may be. But it's very much like recovery. If you want recovery, you're going to get it. If you want drugs, you're going to get it. If you want language, you're going to get it. There's so many language speakers now that you have resources. Because if we don't do that, eventually, all the things that we've been fighting for, you know, since COVID, all of these things in social media has come up. The white man is going to sell it back to us in universities one day. And we cannot let that happen. Right? I took Cree because Dene wasn't available. But I'm glad I got to learn Cree, and then I continue to ask. It's not my language or culture, but I'm just very interested. I like when people pray in it. I just like to hear, you know. Every time I call Nathan, it's Egwa, Danse Egwa. Right? So let's not make that happen. Social media, and I'm going to end with social media. Social media can be very dangerous. And I know we're live here. Recently, there's been a lot of, you know, the news, there's the Buffy and all that stuff, all the negativity. You know, when I first started podcasting, I let those numbers bother me. And Nathan knows it too. It's so addicting being on your phone. What am I going to do next? What do I got to do to get these numbers up? How am I going to get this many followers? How it takes over your life. How one comment can ruin your day or week. So we got to be nice to each other. Now, I do my best not to reply to comments because that's just going to keep fueling, right? Any negative comment, try it yourself. Post something positive and post something negative. Which one gets more reactions? It's probably going to be negative. Because anytime I post something on, you know, this is some of the analytics that I've studied over the past 3 years and some of the knowledge that I've taken away from it. I don't need to swear in my presentations. I refuse to. I don't know who's watching. There are young people watching all the time. I'm glad the 2 kids are there. Because it reminds me of me. Right? You never know who's around, what we show them. The things that were modeled for me, I became. They weren't good. Now the models for me, you know, the elders, the people that are sober, I gravitate toward that stuff now. And if we let social media take over and control one another, we don't use it for good, it's going to destroy people silently. Because mental health isolates people, addiction isolates people. And I go through this. This summer, I went through depression. You know, I'm thankful for Nathan. He was one of the people that, hey, are you okay? You know, I still go through this stuff, and I'm sober. Another day. You know, sobriety is possible. I'm very thankful that I got to come here and share my story with you. There's a lot of pain. There's a lot of happiness. My daughter just turned 12. We had a beautiful day. I go through a lot of good stuff. Also more bad stuff, probably. You know, for one special moment, you know, it might be a week of depression. And then one special moment, I'll take that all away and I'll just keep going. The importance of our language and culture, they go together with sobriety because then we get to habilitate something that we don't have, something that we can pass on. And I'll leave you with this. I want to thank you for having me come to your community. We were at a youth conference, one of the very first youth conference we streamed up north. And I was giving away a sweater This young lady was just to say good morning in Dene. It's Gambinazu. Just a simple word. The first thing this lady come up and said, "You won't laugh at me." We've already ingrained it in the young people's minds that we can laugh at them when they say something wrong in our language. That needs to stop. Please encourage language. Do not try not to. I know sometimes it's do not giggle or anything. The young people are sensitive. The one time they're trying to learn a word and you giggle and they don't want to do that anymore. Please don't let it happen. Thank you for letting me share and come to your community. I appreciate everyone being here. And yeah, I hope you got something out of it. Aho, masi. You want me to MC now? Okay, good time. If you got any questions, I'll answer some questions if you want.
Can I get Quincy? Can you come up here? I'd like to give Willis a gift, and I'm giving you a blanket. When you feel depressed or you feel that there's no warmth around you, I want you to cover yourself tight with that blanket and to remember all of us here and that we love you, and I want you to continue your journey. Okay? So Quincy will wrap that blanket around you. Questions?
Thank you, thank you. It's a beautiful blanket. Yeah, yeah. Or blinds, eh? Yeah, special design. I was gonna say snag and blanket, but I guess I'll leave it at home. But yeah, if you got any questions, don't be shy. I'm pretty open about a lot of things. A lot of the things that I share, you don't always hear, right? I can't tell you. I was speaking at a youth conference in February, and they asked, what advice? But you see, I'm an alcoholic drug addict, and we don't give advice. If you ever been to the rooms, they say we don't give advice. But I can, I presented to you. It's how I'm doing it. I do the work. It's one day at a time. Keep people in my life that are positive for me. I keep showing up and do the work. It is work, but it's beautiful. So if you got a question, if you're dying to know, yeah, I am single. Hey, just kidding. Hey. Hey. Yeah, yeah. But yeah, if you got anything. If not, we're gonna do a door prize. Okay. One of the things I really enjoy is emceeing too. It's a lot of fun, and I come up with these cheesy dad jokes from Nathan. Hey. So the winner is Tracy Stone. Oh, you're here. So we're going to be done the live stream here today. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in online. If you want to check out any job postings or anything, next live event, iops.ca, contact Nathan Arias. Thank you. I want to thank the organizers before we finish this off, too. It takes a lot of work, Lorraine, and all the people involved to make this happen. Thank you. Let's give them a round of applause here, ladies and gentlemen. Day one, day one of Addictions Week. Thank you for the work, and I hope everyone enjoys it. Call your cousins. Keith Watney. Yeah. Give me 20 there for picking your name. But no. So invite your cousins all week. I know they've got presentations throughout the week. Nathan Arias. What is, I did not look. Okay, who wants it here? I'm not looking.